Good morning. Let us remain standing for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You can sit. Okay. Thank you very much. Willie, just speaker. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome everyone present and also apologize for the late delay. The reason why we delayed was because we didn't have a quorum. We now have a quorum. All members in the House we've got sufficient members from the House as well as those that have logged in virtually. I'll then start with the apologies, starting with the apology from the Speaker. Madam Speaker is not able to be here physically, but she has logged in. She is actually present in the meeting. Same applies to Madam Deputy Speaker, who will be traveling overseas this afternoon around 12 o'clock. She's unable to join us because of her travel. And for that reason, we also have an apology from the Deputy Chair of Chairs, who have indicated that he will be joining us soon. He still have an executive committee of his party. Those are the apologies that I've received so far. I'm also aware that Mr. Honorable Dlamini won't be able to join us due to an overseas travel together with Honorable Msimang, who's also unable to join us this afternoon, who's unable to join us this morning. I'm not very sure of the other members who are not present, who are supposed to be in this House, but also who have not logged on. But I'm sure as time goes by, I will be able to indicate their whereabouts, particularly the Premier of Gauteng. Thank you very much. In terms of announcements, can I then request the MEC, in terms of Rule 79(1), if there is any MEC want to make an announcement? I haven't received any indication from any MEC, but I actually want to make available that opportunity for any MEC want to make a statement. MEC? Okay. Thank you very much. Members, in terms of member statements, in terms of Rule 81(1), we have one member who requested to make a statement, and that is Member JP Dos Santos. Member Dos Santos?
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Madam Chair of Chairs, I rise on Rule 81, tabling the following member statement. This week, Wednesday, the 30th of November, would have been Babita Deokaran's 54th birthday, but sadly, her daughter and her family will not celebrate what should have been a happy occasion. Madam Speaker, Chair of Chairs, in 2011, I was blessed and honored to be elected as a ward councillor in the south of Johannesburg. One of the first people that I met was Babita. Babita was one of those residents that always spoke to me with such kindness. We would often check in on each other, and through her, I met other family members of hers. A family that I always admired for being such a close and loving family. Chair of Chairs, it has been 15 months since Babita Deokaran was indiscriminately and violently taken away from her beautiful young daughter and her family. Today, we are still begging for justice. I read the following on Babita's memorial Facebook page, and I quote, "You blew that whistle because of morality and the truth. You lost that breath because of a lack of it." Chair of Chairs, when you have a Premier that takes a year to appoint a forensic investigation, when substantial evidence is growing that Babita had uncovered possible corruption, and there is growing evidence of who are the possible masterminds behind her killing, I fear that because of this lack of morality and truth, we may not see the masterminds ever be arrested and prosecuted. Let us not let her death be in vain. Let us always push for justice. Let us always remember Babita Deokaran. Thank you.
Indicated that you want to make a statement. Thank you very much, Member Alberts. We also, in terms of motion without notice, I haven't received anything from this side. May I check if there is anything from the front desk? No. Thank you very much. Earlier, I indicated apologies from the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Member Msimang, Member Dlamini. We also have Member J.J. Hoffman, Member Alberts to leave the House sitting early. That's what he requested. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon or request the Secretary to call the first order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The first order of the day is the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. I'm not sure whom he has chosen. Honorable Mazeke will be the one that presents the report. Thank you very much, sir.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. As from today, you must call me Honorable Dlamini Majeke. That was on a lighter note, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Chairperson Dlamini, I will be tabling the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Chair of Chairs, the non-financial performance of the GPL reflects that 15 targets were achieved against 18 planned, with 3 not achieved. Underachievement was recorded on 2 transversal mainstreaming training not conducted, 40% ICT 5-year strategic implementation plan, and 90% integrated communications and PPP implementation plan. The GPL reported that the transversal mainstreaming training could not be conducted in the quarter under review due to capacity constraints. The acting incumbent resigned with immediate effect, and this had an impact on the target, and it is in the process of acquiring services of an external transversal mainstreaming expert to conduct the planned training by the end of the financial year. In terms of financial performance, the GPL underspent across its programs, and the reasons provided was due to outstanding pay progressions for 2020-2021 for P7 and P8 employees, and 2021-2022 for P7 to P16 employees, at filled vacancies and the non-implementation of cost of living adjustments due to delays in concluding salary negotiations between the HAU and legislature employee organization. In the previous quarter, the committee raised concerns regarding the continuous delays in filling of vacant posts and the impact this might have on the operations of the institution, and the non-payment and the payment outstanding pay progression for P7 and P8 employees in respect of 2020-2021 financial year. In terms of financial performance per program, Leadership and Governance program was allocated an amount of 20,607,000 and managed to spend 11,953,000, which reflects a 58% expenditure. The Office of the Secretary was allocated an amount of 6,409,000 and managed to spend a total amount of 4,677,000. Program 3, Corporate Support Services, was allocated the largest of 81,585,000 and spent 75,190,000. And Program 4, Core Business, received the second largest budget of 70,265,000 and has spent 56,765,000. The Office of the CFO has spent a total amount of 13,415,000 against the budget allocation of 16,593,000. Under committee findings and concerns, the committee is concerned that about the continued underspending by the GPL because of delays in filling of vacant posts and the payment of outstanding pay progressions for P7 and P8 employees in respect of 2020-2021 financial year, as well as P7 to P16 for the 2021-2022 financial year. The committee will track the commitments made by the GPL in respect of issues raised until they are resolved. The committee is concerned that the GPL policy, which guided the implementation of pay progression, seems to either lack timelines for processing and finalization of the process, or have timelines but these are not complied with, thus contributing to underspending and dissatisfaction by employees. The committee noted with concern that in its response to questions on the analysis, the GPL did not address the issue of outstanding payments of pay progression of P7 to P16 in respect of 2021-2022 financial year, which further contributed to the underspending in the second quarter. In terms of recommendation, the GPL should indicate whether the policy guiding implementation of the pay progression have timelines in place for the processing and finalization of this process, and if it does, why are these not complied with? And this should be responded to by the 30th of January 2023. To further prevent underspending, the GPL should indicate when the outstanding pay progression of P7 to P16 in respect of the 2021-2022 financial year will be finalized, and also this should be responded to by the 30th of January 2023. In terms of acknowledgement, the committee hereby, on behalf of the chairperson, would like to thank the Speaker of the Legislature for the cooperation, as well as Mr. Skosana and the senior management during the processing of the second quarterly report. I will also, on behalf of the chairperson, like to thank all members of the committee as well as all the support staff. In terms of adoption, after due consideration, the committee anonymously adopted the second quarterly report of the GPL for 2022-2023 financial year in terms of Rule 164. The committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the report and the recommendations made. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matseke. Any seconder to the report for the adoption of the report?
I rise to second, Acting Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, please call the next order.
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matseke.
Thank you very much once again, Chair of Chairs. I thought you were going to say Honorable Majeke Dlamini, but I will proceed as requested. Chair of Chairs, on behalf of Honorable Dlamini, I will be tabling the second quarterly report for 2022-2023 financial year of the Office of the Premier. The quarterly oversight reporting system functions as an early warning to alert the Office of the Premier on areas of weak performance and potential problems to ensure that corrective action is implemented where necessary. The committee knows that the Office of the Premier allocated 175 million budget for the second quarter. 209 million was spent and resulted in 34 million overspending. It is further noted that the Office of the Premier recorded 90% of its annual performance plans deliverables with a total budget expenditure of 119%. In terms of program performance, Program 1 administration spent 48 million from the 2 million budget allocation. Program 2, institutional support, spent 56 million from a budget allocation of 59 million and incurred underspending of 3 million. The Office of the Premier explained that it will be tracking the over expenditure on data as well as assessing the value of the huge amount paid by GIS license despite its value in providing a bird's-eye view on projects implemented in the province. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier paid 99.64% of valid invoices within 15 days from the date received and 100% of all their invoices. In terms of performance management development system, the Office of the Premier highlighted that it is currently engaged in an ongoing process to contract with various managers on the outstanding performance agreements. The Office of the Premier reported that a total of 378 million has been paid to the Life SED many beneficiaries year to date and has recorded an underspending of 130 million in the previous financial year due to the delays in the verification of the validity of the invoices. In response to the power cut in the Office of the Premier as reported in the media, the Office of the Premier reported that the Premier has appointed a debt management team to assess the overall debt owed by the Gauteng provincial government to the local municipality, including the electricity bill owed by the Office of the Premier. The committee notes the Gauteng provincial government's decision to continue with the GGT 2030 blueprint, which are crucial and necessary for implementation. Madam Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I'm not going to be reading as tabled. I will then go to committee findings and consent. In terms of committee consent, the Office of the Premier registered 0 as opposed to the 1 targeted report on rent value of net new investment facilitated through Fast Track. The Office of the Premier recorded 0 instead of 1 regional master plan, which happens to be the Val River City in the quarter under review. And the last one is the target for the vetting of officials in high-risk area jobs was lower than projected, where out of 70 SMS filled posts, 57 SMS members are still waiting feedback. Only 10 SMS members have been vetted and 3 SMS did not apply for vetting. Out of the 29 supply chain management field posts, 19 supply chain management members are waiting feedback. 9 supply chain management members have been vetted and only 1 supply chain management official did not apply for vetting. In terms of recommendations, the committee therefore recommends the following: provide a report on mechanisms put in place to address the OPP's underachievement of 0 instead of the targeted 1 report on rent value of the net new investment facilitated through Fast Track. The report should include the impact of the third-party reliance in ensuring smooth target implementation, since the responsible department could not provide the Office of the Premier with source data to verify the reported information and to substantiate evidence provided. To provide a report on measures put in place to mitigate the underperformance where the Office of the Premier recorded 0 instead of 1 regional master plan on the Val River City in the quarter under review. The report should highlight the impact of this underperformance on the service delivery goals. The last one, provide a report on the reasons and the mitigating factors for the low target achievement on the vetting of officials in high-risk areas. The report should highlight the impact of this underperformance in fighting fraud and corruption, as well as addressing integrity matters. All these recommendations, Chair of Chairs, should be responded by the 10th of February 2023. In terms of acknowledgement, on behalf of the chairperson of the committee, I would like to acknowledge the Office of the Premier with in terms of the role that they've played, the Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, and the Acting Director General, Mtate Mtutusi Mbada, and the team of senior officials that made sure that they present on behalf of the Office of the Premier. A special gratitude goes to all members of the committee as well as the support staff in terms of the adoption in accordance with Rule 164 of the standing rules of the GPL. The committee hereby presents the report to the House of the Office of the Premier for adoption with all its concerns and recommendations as raised. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Dlamini Light. Is there any seconder? Honorable Kanyile?
I rise to second the adoption of the report.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 3 is the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mbisi.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, I take the areas that I'm not going to read as read. The committee noted the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report and its commitment towards the implementation of the 2022-23 financial year goals. In the quarter under review, the department achieved 2 out of 3 quarterly target, indicating the achievement of 67%. The key highlights for the quarter under review includes the following: the launch of the QLTC in Tsakani, where different stakeholders signed a pledge to promote quality education. The Nokotula Special School hosted the launch of the sports, arts and recreational activities in the school. The department further focused on the launch of 5 schools of specialization to boost the skills amongst the Gauteng learners. The launch of the School of Specializations are as follows: Tembisa Commons and Entrepreneur School of Specialization with the special focus on tourism and hospitality in Ekurhuleni. John Orr Engineering School of Specialization with a focus on renewable and alternative source energy. Rosina Sidibane Mudiba Sports School of Specialization with a focus on sports science in Lodium is fully functional sports school that has proficiency in chess, soccer, tennis, basketball, and many other sporting codes. Dr. Molefi Oliphant, Math, Science, and Information, Communication and Technology, with focus on renewal energy and climate change at Bupilo. The committee raised concern, Chair of Chairs, raised concerns that the department is not taking the committee's house resolutions in respect of school infrastructure seriously, and as observed, previous matters have not been resolved. The committee welcomes the department's approach in providing progress report that the dashboard of all outstanding house resolutions, especially pertaining to school infrastructure projects not completed but millions of rands have been spent without consequences. The committee further welcomes the department's plan about the following schools: Skampaneng Primary School in Tshwane, which requires an urgent intervention to avoid disaster from parts of the building falling on learners and school personnel. The Rastefal Secondary School is another issue. Kwatetangendlale Secondary School is another. In terms of the department's programmatic overview, the Chair of Chairs, I'll take program 2. In the second quarter, the committee noted that the department continued to provide 1.6 learners with school nutrition program. This shows that the department is committed to provide nutritious meals to learners in order to improve their quality of learning. The department further makes provision of transport to 160,000 learners daily throughout our province that the learners need the particular transport. With respect to the number of schools implementing the school sport policy and participating in the school event, the department reports illustrate that 381 have been identified across the province to participate in football and netball sporting codes. On school infrastructure, on the program 6, the infrastructure Development, the department reported that all completed new schools were provided with administrative space, with all the needed space that are in line with the appropriate norms and standards for schools building. The committee urged the department to provide a progress report in relation to all the outstanding House resolutions, especially pertaining to schools infrastructure project not completed and yet money has been spent. On the concerns, Chair of Chairs, the committee has observed that the youth element within the department is not a program or a sub-program, but deems this as an urgent matter for the youth program directorate to be established by the department. The committee welcomes the progress made in respect to online admission. However, it urges the department to fast-track the outstanding placement and disputes, taking into consideration schools' closure is nearing and the parents needed to prepare for the next academic year. On the recommendations, the committee recommends that the department prioritize the establishment of the youth component either as a program or a sub-program or a directorate rather, than getting a summarized report on GOD on the 28th of February 2023. That the department should provide a progress report on what led to the delay on the outstanding placements and the dispute resolutions process, taking into account that schools are nearing the closure and the parents need to prepare for their children. That the department to provide a comprehensive report and a dashboard in relation to all outstanding House resolutions pertaining to school infrastructure not completed in progress, and the dashboard on the number of schools that were scheduled for a major rehabilitations during the quarter under review, and the number and the names of the schools that went through a major rehabilitations during the quarter under review. The report should be submitted by the 28th of February 2023. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee of Education wishes to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Matume Chilwane, and his senior officials of the department on the second quarter report and substantial and sustained effort that they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee in details on the quarter report. The chairperson would like to thank all the honorable members for their dedication and support during this process. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank all the support staff for the commitment that they've shown during this quarterly report process. On the adoption in terms of Rule 117, 2C read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education second quarter report for 2022-23 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's consent and the proposed recommendations made in this report. You can say so.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can see the Tatani MPs. Any seconder to the adoption of the report?
I rise to second, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 4 is the Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all honorable members of the House. I, Dr. Nomathemba Mokhedi, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Social Development, hereby tables the second quarter report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, may I request that parts of the reports that I'm not going to table in the House be taken as tabled. On the executive summary, the department continued to advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, National Development Plan Vision 2030, 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework and the growing Gauteng Together mandate. The department further considered the Gauteng City Region, the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization and reindustrialization, accelerated social transformation strategy, and the Gauteng Gauteng Province anti-poverty strategy. The committee acknowledged that during the period under review, the department continued to enhance its contribution to TEPO 1 million through youth internships, expanded public works, and welfare to work programs by developing youth, women, and persons with disabilities potential through linking them to other developmental initiatives. A total of 7,222 work opportunities were created through the expanded public works program, and 7,587 welfare to work participants were also reached. The department reported to have paid 100% of their suppliers within 30 days, while 92% of suppliers were paid within 15 days to ensure that SMME's cash flow and financial sustainability is improved. During the period under review, 5,875 older persons were reached in residential facilities, and 19,130 older persons were also reached through service provided by funded community-based care and support services. The committee acknowledged that 3,901 persons with disability were reached through the protective workshops, and 1,618,356 beneficiaries were reached through disability prevention programs. The department reported to have intensified the provision of psychosocial support services to people infected and affected by HIV and AIDS, particularly orphans and vulnerable children. The committee acknowledged the appreciation that 76,832 food parcels and 32,578 daily meals were provided to beneficiaries to assist in alleviating hunger and poverty. On oversight on department financial performance, Honorable Speaker, during the 2022-2023 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of 5,537,037,000. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1,154,843,000 across all programs, representing 45% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. In terms of the expenditure per program, the committee noted that on administration, the department managed to spend 48%. On social welfare, the department managed to spend 48%. On children and families, it has spent 43%. On restorative services, the department has spent 49%. And lastly, on development and research, has spent 41%. In relation to the conditional grant, committee noted with concern that invoices for materials for painting amounting to 791,000 were paid on incorrect fund, and journals will be processed to correct the expenditure. On the committee findings and concerns with respect to non-profit organizations, the committee is concerned that the department has recorded a slow spending on NPOs due to high monitoring activities, which led to some of the organizations not meeting funding requirements, and they were subsequently suspended. The department was also unable to find appropriate non-profit organization to run inpatient treatment center in Sidibe, which has further contributed to the under expenditure. On proposed recommendations, the committee recommends as follows: the department should provide a comprehensive report on the findings of the monitoring processes which led to some NPOs not being funded during the quarter under review. The report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2023. The department should further provide a detailed alternative service delivery plan for those beneficiaries that were reached or serviced by those NPOs that were not funded. The report should be submitted by the 31st of January 2023. On acknowledgement, Madam Speaker, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Mbali Hlophe, the HOD and officials of the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee as tabled in the report. The committee would also like to thank officials that support the committee as tabled in the report. On the adoption, Madam Speaker, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the second quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations in the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukherjee. Any seconder to the adoption of the report? Honorable Mpapa.
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, sir. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next item, the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 5 is the Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including the entity for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu.
Speaker, I'm sure you see the colors between myself and Member Matek, who have been lobbied to present on behalf
I
of the
also, Honorable Ndlovu, light.
Yes, yes. We are presenting on behalf of the Zulu speakers in the House. Madam Chair of Committees, we request that parts of the presentation not read be considered as read, and therefore the report will focus on the following: executive summary, committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgements and adoption. On the executive summary, during the quarter under review, the Portfolio Committee acknowledged that the department were honest in conceding to the poor performance in the second quarter. While there are good things that the department has reported, the committee is concerned with the vacancy rate that continues to the downright trajectory in the department's performance. They reported in the previous quarter that they have advertised 100 positions at which time their vacancy rate was over 345. And in the quarter under review, they managed only 3 appointments. The committee has highlighted the vacancy rate in all the previous quarters since the advent of the 6th administration, and the department kept on promising to work on filling them respectively, and there has been little done to that effect. The committee believes that this has negatively affected their performance across all 4 programs, which in turn led to the underspending on all the programs, which means that there is a chance money could be returned to the Treasury like in the previous financial year. The committee further noted that from the previous financial year, the Auditor General reported that the department's audit outcomes were stagnant and unqualified with findings on compliance and performance. That stagnation regarding the audit outcomes can be attributed to instability of key positions within the finance and supply chain management, slow implementation of adequate internal controls, and ineffective implementation measures taken to enforce compliance with existing policies and procedures. These, to the large extent, can be eased by filling these vacant key positions, which will assist the department in its shortcomings in service delivery and underspending. The committee noted that Gauteng Film Commission had concluded a partnership with KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission for collaboration and outbound missions, which is to be commended. However, there's a concern regarding the postponement of the Discovery Summit in October 2022, which the stakeholders in the film industry in Gauteng, including the committee, were excited about. A lot of time and resources went into putting together such a massive event, and to have it postponed a few weeks before it could happen must have had a serious implication and undermined the credibility of the Commission. The committee noted with appreciation the partnership that the Gauteng Film Commission is establishing within the industry with MICT and CAT, as they are also assisting them with much needed skills development. For the quarter under review, the department budgeted 405,944,000 and spent 269,135,000, which represents 66.3% and underspending by 33.7%. This is not in line with the Treasury regulation, which allows 5% overspending and 5% underspending. As far as compliance requirements, the department achieved 81% of valid invoices received paid within 15 days and 99% of valid invoices paid within 30 days. They have achieved 58, which is 64% of their 91 APP set targets, which is a welcome consistency. On committee concerns, the department is struggling to appoint people living with disability. They are also struggling to bring some sort of financial stability to this group by not procuring their goods and services. 2, the department has not performed in the preferential procurement of goods and services from the military veterans designated group. The committee recommendation are as follows. Based on the information above, as well as the committee concerns, the committee therefore recommends as follows. 1, the department to submit a report on clear plan to appoint people with disability or people living with disability on the preferential procurement of goods and services from this designated group. 2, the department to submit a detailed report on a plan to procure goods and services from the military veterans. Both these reports to be submitted by February 28, 2023. On an acknowledgement, the committee would like to thank the MEC, the HOD, and the officials in the department, including committee members and committee staff. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the committee adopted the second quarter performance report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Chair of Chairs, in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendation made in the report. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Modise.
Ndlovu Light.
Is there a seconder to the adoption of the report? Yes, sir.
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabalala. And now pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next report. Order.
Thank you, Chair of Chair. Order number 6 is the consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Honorable Dlamini, I will be tabling the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for 2021-2022 financial year. This report provides an overview of the committee's assessment of the macro and micro performance of the GPL for the 2021-2022 financial year. The GPL continued to deliver on its mandate with the implementation of the sector oversight model imperatives by conducting oversight over the executive and adapted to the visual operations in line with the GPL standing rules and rules on visual engagement. The GPL's performance in the implementation of the annual report performance plan targets reflected 83% achievement with a total of 20 performance targets achieved out of the 24 that were planned. Out of the 5 programs of the GPL, core business is the only one that did not achieve all its planned targets. The committee noted that the unattained targets related to the 95% of House resolutions responses considered by committees, as only 34% was achieved, which reflects 257 of 765 targets. the adoption of one committee inquiries report, consideration of 120 petitions with only 94 considered, and achievement of 80% milestone in the annual implementation plan of the integrated communication strategy. The GPL reported that mitigation strategies have been identified to overcome challenges which contributed to the underperformance, such as increased time allocation for consideration of resolutions responses to be prioritized on all House committees' agendas to ensure that the implementation of a full cycle of this oversight mechanism is completed. The technical expertise is being sought to support the committees to implement the committee's inquiry in the next reporting period, and will also ensure that the approved program is adhered to. Furthermore, the GPL will consider additional meetings for high-volume committees to do its business and will prioritize implementation of outstanding activities in the next financial year. The committee noted that the House, through its committees, produced 170 adopted sector oversight model reports, comprising of annual and quarterly performance reports, budget reports, as well as focused intervention studies reports. 59 oversight questions papers were produced and 6 motions were adopted. The GPL also adopted 14 quarterly oversight reports on the performance of committees. The committee noted that the public participation mandate was negatively affected by the COVID-19 restrictions as physical engagements were limited. The GPL reported that emphasis was placed on enhanced meaningful public participation through the number of public participation in the GPL business, who were reached through digital platforms, and a total of 1,204,684 people were reached against 1 million target, which exceeded this target by over 204,684. The GPL conducted several initiatives and engagements to improve local government collaboration, thereby ensuring development of the legislative sector as well as other spheres of government, and various initiatives were implemented to enhance compliance with relevant fiduciary requirements and principles of good governance. The GPL also conducted a successful ethics seminar under the theme Repositioning the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through a robust engagement. The other notable achievements include the Digital Legislature Project and the Business Process Modeling Project. The Digital Legislature Project enhanced technological options of the House, allowed the legislature to convene hybrid House sittings, as well as an appointment of a vendor to enhance the committee rooms, and the Business Process Modeling Project is aimed at ensuring that the GPL business processes are consistent and enable business execution towards achieving overall strategic outcomes of the institution. The committee noted that the GPL received a budget allocation of 795,070,000 for the implementation of the planned targets as per the approved APP for the 2021-22 financial year. The actual spending amounted to 702,024,000, reflecting an 88% expenditure. The committee noted that the underspent allocation is within the acceptable threshold of less than 5% as outlined by the PFMA. The underspending was mainly due to personnel expenditure consequential to approved positions not filled and on the implementation of certain activities due to the outbreak of COVID-19. The committee commends the GPL for achieving and exceeding its preferential procurement targets in the year under review. The GPL reported that for historically disadvantaged individuals, 68.4% was achieved against the target of 60, women 32.22% against the target of 30, youth 14.72% against the target of 10, people with disabilities 1.11% against 0.2 target, and township economy 35.34% against the target of 10%. The committee further commends the GPL's performance in achieving a clean audit outcome. No irregular expenditure was incurred in the 2021-22 financial year. However, the GPL incurred 145,997 as fruitless and wasteful expenditure as a result of an official who was charged for loss in the procurement of blazers for members. The GPL reported that the official responsible for the loss accepted liability to repay the money, and acceptance of debt was signed and submitted to initiate the recovery processes. Additionally, the Community of Safety Committee physical meeting was cancelled late and conducted virtually, whilst supply chain management assisted in expediting the procurement processes for Hansard Technical Services. The service provider set up the technical equipment at the venue, and no GPL officials attended the event. The investigation is currently being conducted on the matter to establish any wrongdoing on the part of the end user and implement consequence management if necessary. The committee should be provided with the report upon finalization of this investigation. In terms of concerns and recommendations, the committee noted none. Chair of Chairs, in terms of acknowledgement, I would like to, on behalf of the Chairperson of the committee, acknowledge the role played by the Speaker and the Provincial Secretary, Mr. Skosan, and the senior management during the process of the consideration of the annual report. I would also like to thank all members of the committee for their deliberations during the annual report process, as well as the staff of the committee. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matseke. Any seconded to, no, I think the speaker needs to come in and respond to the debate.
Good morning and thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I have noted the flickering on my screen. Can I switch it off with your permission?
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge our Honorable Premier, Honorable Sophie, the Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip of the majority party, leaders of political parties represented at the legislatures, members of the provincial legislature, the people of Gauteng, all the chairpersons of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to present to this August House as the annual report for the 2021-22 to the people of Gauteng. The presentation of this annual report provides a brief account of our achievements for the period under review, as well as an outlook of our vision going forward. There is a famous quote by Ziad K. Abdel-Noor, which says, I quote, "Never erase your past. It shapes who you are today and will also help you to be the person you'll be tomorrow." I close quote. Further, the renowned cosmologist Carl Sagan mentioned, I also quote, "We have to know the past to understand the present." Close quote. Thus, who we are today as South Africans, our victories or successes, and even our challenges to a large extent have roots far into the past. In this regard, as we find ourselves in December, let us take note that the 2nd of December 1977, the apartheid police were cleared of any wrongdoing in the murder of Comrade Steve Biko by the then apartheid government. Comrade Biko gave up studying medicine to devote himself to free the people of our people, as was instrumental in founding the Black Consciousness Movement in 1969. After his arrest in 1977, he was always kept in chains and slept in inhumane conditions, often naked and cold. He was finally murdered by torture on the 12th of September 1977. Despite the obvious and extensive trauma to his body, the police were exonerated of any blame in Biko's death. In a marathon ruling which took almost 3 minutes. I'm saying it's a marathon, but it almost took 3 minutes, Madam Chair. The Chief Magistrate of Pretoria ruled that Comrade Biko died of extensive brain injuries sustained during a scuffle with the police. It may have slipped their minds that at the time of his death, he was handcuffed, shackled, and left naked before being driven over 1,000 kilometers to hospital on the back of a police van. On a similar note, we follow the ongoing inquest of a late Imam Abdullah Haroon, for whose murder the then apartheid police have also not apologized or taken any responsibility. Imam Abdullah Haroon, a Muslim cleric, used the pulpit to fight against the brutal apartheid regime. He often correctly and publicly labeled the apartheid laws as a sin and the apartheid government as sinners, driven by his beliefs that racism and injustice in all its forms was a sin, inhumane and barbaric. He too was arrested by then Special Branch, tortured for 123 days and eventually murdered. In a strange coincidence, his death was also ruled accidental, and it was said that he fell down a flight of stairs. How almost every bone in his body was broken, his eye punctured, his kidney bruised, his groins damaged when falling down the stairs remains a mystery. Then we have Comrade Chief Albert Luthuli, Nokuthula Simelane, and Neil Agat, who are just some of the many hundreds of freedom fighters who had died in police custody or under mysterious circumstances, but their deaths have gone largely investigated in courts. I raise these issues lest we forget. Lest we forget where we come from. Lest we forget the fires we had to walk through to get to where we are today. Lest we forget who we are as South Africans. Lest we forget.
But
Honourable
you are the
members,
same as the apartheid government because you've released Janus Walus now. You are the same as the apartheid government. There's no difference.
awungathula nje ungimamela uza rejoice at the end. Honourable members, the tabling of our annual report takes place against the background of serious challenges that the legislative sector faces globally. These challenges include the decline in democratic processes, finding of the state capture report findings on parliament, the loss of confidence in democratic system and processes of government, political parties, business sector, the imminent release of Janus Walus, who together with Debbie Lewis assassinated the beloved leader of the people, Comrade Martin Tembisile Krisani, and the recently released report of the Section 89 Independent Panel. All these challenges are compounded by the increasing levels of poverty, unemployment, inequality, gender-based violence, and femicide. And Honorable Mabala, I'm sure umazi ngokumfunda ephepheni uChrisani. We know Chrisani very well. He was our commander. At the recently held strategic review session of Parliament, several experts and civil society place a huge burden and expectation on the legislatures, defining them as preeminent organ of state or cadre of democracy, arguing that the legitimacy of the state is vested in the legislatures and that the effective functioning of democracy is proportionally related to the effectiveness of legislatures. As elected public representatives, we have a key role to represent the interests of the people who are in Gauteng and ensure that, as called upon by the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic and the impact that our GPL strategy seeks to achieve, which is to improve the quality of lives of the people. As the legislatures, we need to deliberate in all our efforts using all tools provided by the Constitution, our standing rules, processes, systems, and policies at our disposal to respond to the question that many citizens and the then Deputy Chief Justice Zondo asked during the State of Capture Commission's hearing. Where was Parliament legislatures or where were our public representatives when all these shenanigans took place? Legislatures and legislators are called upon to rise to the challenge of restoring the confidence in democratic processes and the hope that a better life is still possible. We need to live up to the vision of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which is a progressive legislature that fosters public confidence and enhances service delivery to the people of Gauteng. The former statistician, Dr. Lehohla, says that, I want to quote, legislators are constitutionally enjoined to translate socially desirable goals by deploying a politically compelling and economically feasible agenda legally and managing consequences by holding the executive to account. I close quote. This calls upon all of us to appreciate the serious roles and responsibilities that we are expected to perform. As legislators, we have to appreciate that these chambers that we are privileged to occupy are spaces for robust conversations, construction site to build our diverse nation, enablers of consultation, site of oversight and scrutiny, factories of lawmaking, site for promoting human dignity, and repository of moral courage. Therefore, our conduct as members must at all times inspire confidence to model what the citizens expect of us as their representatives. To achieve that, legislators require professional, competent, dedicated, and hardworking administrators who are passionate about enabling them to improve the quality of life of all citizens. We are happy that the administration has started a process to repurpose and reposition the legislature to be purpose, people, and performance-driven with the following objectives. 1, to refocus the institution to better achieve its constitutional mandates, to respond to several studies conducted to improve efficiency, productivity, and effectiveness of GPL, to respond to the recommendations of the State Capture Report, pending amendments of the Electoral Act of 73 of 1998, with the possibility of independent members of the legislature post-2024, future-proofing the GPL strategy to enable it to withstand whatever changes that may occur either at political or administrative level, developing resilient and agile systems, processes, policies, as well as structures. A key component of repurposing and repositioning GPL is the value creation process. This process builds on the PwC work that was concluded in 2019 by focusing on the post-COVID-19 inherent institutional weaknesses that were identified in the PwC work and the response to imminent changes in the regulatory framework. The value creation will also focus on value propositions related to strategy, service performance, as well as people. Honorable members, we are excited that after a long process to ensure that the Gauteng legislature is representatives in terms of number of seats, Schedule 3 of the Electoral Amendment Act 73 of 1998, which limited the determination of number of seats in the legislature, has been amended. The IEC will commence a consultative process to effect the changes in the number of seats for the 2024 national and provincial elections. And I'm sure we also need to be proactive in ensuring that our people understand why we're doing that. Honorable members, we wish to inform the House that after a delayed process to finalize the appointment of the integrity officer, Ms. Koko Mashiko has assumed duty as our integrity officer, and she brings a lot of experience and expertise to the legislature, and we thank members for supporting her appointment. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we have just launched another 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. It is not the first, and it won't be the last until we put a permanent end to this demon. And we wish to thank the Speaker as well as the municipality of Randwest, who was actually key in terms of ensuring that they partner with us in launching this campaign. It doesn't matter how we try to rationalize it to try find lasting solutions that they may address the issue from its roots. At the end of it all, gender-based violence is a crime, whether physical, sexual, economical, psychological, emotional. It represents a violation of human rights and dignity with lasting effects and consequences for both victims and for the communities we live in. We will continue with this and similar campaigns until we turn the tide. Let us use all our resources and activism to mobilize communities to promote collective responsibility in the fight to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. We should, however, bear in mind that gender-based violence is not a government or a criminal justice system problem only, but a societal problem. It is all our business, and therefore the solution lies with all of us. Honorable Chair of Chairs, in keeping with the theme for this year's campaign, it begins with me to end GBV for peaceful Gauteng. Much more still needs to be done especially with respect to the liberation of women and children from perception, stigmas, and gender-based discrimination, and with respect to protecting, upholding, and furthering the rights of women in South Africa and in Africa as a continent. Therefore, to continue our gains, all sectors of society need to commit to partnerships and concerted efforts towards nation building, social cohesion, and empowerment of women in South Africa and Africa as a whole. During the 16 days period, together with civil society and the private sector, GPL will host a series of community and sector dialogues and activities to address the pandemic. Let us focus on victims of this brutality as individuals, not as mere numbers or statistics. Let us focus on them and what their role in society is. We should be activists in our own spaces and circumstances against gender-based violence in our homes, communities, and in the workplace. Let us also challenge cultures and practices that perpetuate gender inequalities and consequence abuse of women and children at personal and societal level. We must all play our part. Let us also reject and report abusers, for if we know and ignore, we are just as guilty and complicit in the crime. We can report these acts anonymously rather than looking away. We should be sensitive and supportive of GBV victims, share helpful information, and support causes in our communities. There is always professional help we can seek to change harmful behaviors such as alcohol and substance abuse. Let us teach children values of gender equality and protect them from exposure to violence and harmful content on internet and social media, including pornography, sexual solicitation. As a legislature, we are best placed to strengthen policies and legislation to prevent and deal with gender-based violence in the sector, in the workplace, and in communities. Most importantly, it is to understand that these 16 days of activism are not just 16 days out of 365 days. They are 16 days of activism to create awareness for 365 days. The speech of the 2021-22 annual report for the GPL provides a brief account of our achievements for the period under review. This will allow us to delve into our successes and challenges and will provide an opportunity to improve even further, to do even more, to refresh and rejuvenate and strengthen the centrality of the people of Gauteng in all that we do. In this regard, for the period under review, we are proud to inform the members of the people of Gauteng that GPL sustained an unqualified audit opinion with no matters on emphasis. And we have recorded an impressive achievement of 83% against planned targets, and this is 15% increased performance compared to 68% in the 2020-2021 financial year. The work of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature continued to shine brightly like a beacon of hope during the COVID-19 peak periods, and despite the heavy restrictions, the work of the House and its committees continued unabated, and reach higher levels of efficiency and productivity through our agility and adoption of the virtual and online operations. We managed to reach more than 1 million people through our online and virtual platforms. The core of our work is aligned to our constitutional mandates of oversight, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance. Our oversight and scrutiny mandate is an apex priority and one that characterizes and defines us as a legislature, is given effect through championing by the chairperson of committees, Honorable Sizakele Nkosi Malobane, and I wish to thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The discharge of this mandate is enabled through the various tools of oversight, such as oversight reports, focus intervention studies, questions and motions, passing and consideration of House resolutions, as well as processing of petitions. House resolutions are a powerful oversight tool to hold the executive to account on the oversight work conducted by the GPL. We also want to comment what Honorable Chair of Petitions is doing in terms of ensuring that those petitions are actually given to even chairpersons of committees to deal with them. The performance of the House and portfolio committees is rigorously overseen through the COVAC, which is the GPL customization of the sector oversight model, and we have developed detailed guidelines, formats, and processes to guide the executive reports to the GPL in line with the provincial strategic priorities, and also committee reports on the executive oversight to the House. This is also part of the GPL standardization of oversight, accountability, and reporting. This process has been acknowledged by the sector as a model for standardized and integrated oversight. The GPL has conducted numerous oversight visits to service delivery sites in the province. This was to ensure actual on-the-ground oversight at various sites, including the schools, the clinics, and maintenance projects. Oversight visits have been conducted in all development corridors of Gauteng throughout the period under review. During all oversight visits, committee members and staff were always compliant with the necessary COVID-19 protocols and restrictions, and we owe our pride to all the committees. With respect to meaningful public participation, which is championed by the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Kanyana, despite lockdown restrictions on social gatherings and physical interaction, the GPL responded with agility and developed innovative mechanism to engaging the people of Gauteng through social media and other digital platforms such as hybrid sittings and YouTube Live. Over 1 million people were reached using all platforms of GPL. The petitions mechanisms of the legislature provides a platform for the people of Gauteng to submit their service delivery petitions or complaints to the legislature for audience and escalation after having exhausted their local municipal avenues. The adoption of the petitions by the Petition Standing Committee results in the committee facilitating responses and actions from respective departments on behalf of the petitioners. We are doing well, Honorable Letswalo, on this one. Congratulations. It is noteworthy, however, that not a single petitioner was turned away during the period under review. This is testament to our commitment of focusing and being responsive to the needs of the people of Gauteng. The initiative taken by the Petitions Committee to balkanize petitions will go a long way in reducing the backlog by finalizing and long outstanding petitions. This remains work in progress and will be monitored to ensure responsiveness of departments and municipalities to petitions. Responsive and proactive lawmaking is a mandate that is championed by Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mvuyo Mhlakaza Manamela, and we want to congratulate her on that work. On this mandate, the GPL has recorded substantial progress in ensuring that laws passed are responsive to the needs of the people. This was done through the process of drafting bills and referral of bills to the National Council of Provinces to ensure that not only do the bills pass the constitutional muster, but also that they are representative of the needs of the people of Gauteng. In the period under review, numerous bills, both NCOP as provincial bills, were duly processed in line with legislative and participatory requirements. We are happy that whilst there is progress on private members' bills, Community Safety Oversight Bill, there is still a lot of room for improvement. And therefore, we urge members to utilize the service to propose private members' bills to close the service delivery gaps that may be identified. Honorable members were excited that after a long process to ensure that the Gauteng legislature is representative in terms of a number of seats, Schedule 3, I think I've already alluded to that, and the IEC has indicated that it will commence a consultative process to effect the changes in the number of seats for the 2024 national and provincial elections. Through repurposing and repositioning, the administration is gearing itself to ensure seamless transition to the 7th term and ensure that our policies, processes, systems, and structures are geared to support all members, including independent ones, should they be elected. The cooperative governance mandate, as championed by the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, promotes the notion that the GPL does not exist as an island. In this regard, we have created, maintained, or sustained meaningful partnerships with government institutions and constitutional bodies, both locally and abroad, to share experiences and learn from peers and improve effectiveness of oversight, public participation, and lawmaking and cooperative governance. We have established sustainable partnerships with key stakeholders, which include institutions supporting democracy, such as AXA, the Human Rights Commission, the Public Service Commission, the IEC, the Gauteng Speakers Forum, the National Speakers Forum, the South African Legislative Sector, APEC, the National Council of State Legislatures, SALGA, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, to mention but a few. Our engagements with diplomatic missions had enabled us to stay abreast with developments in the sector globally. Through our affiliation to CPA and the CWP, we have accessed a wide range of training and capacity development initiatives for the members and staff of the legislature. In this regard, GPL is privileged to have its speaker serving as a CPA Africa Region Treasurer, a position that will be held until 2024 financial electoral year. During the year under review, we have also capitalized on our partnership with the International Training Center of the International Labour Organization. Further the year, we saw the GPL sending a delegation consisting of members and staff to a gender-responsive training as part of its transversal mainstreaming and commitment to gender-responsive budgeting and capacitation of members and staff on their functional areas. With respect to good governance and fiduciary compliance, which is beheaded under the administrative leadership of the Secretary, during the year under review, the LSB and its committees continued to discharge their respective mandates as outlined in their various charters. Despite external uncertainties, we managed to maintain stability in both the chairing of LSB committees and membership of committees. We note with appreciation that committees continue to make recommendations to the LSB on a quarterly basis, which points to effectiveness of the LSB and its committees. Most of the LSB and committee meetings were held virtually as part of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Management tabled updates on senior management recruitment at LSB meetings, and the board provided oversight on these processes. All efforts are being made to ensure that LSB and its committees meet in accordance with their respective charters and in compliance with good governance. We also want to thank especially our independent members of the LSB, including of its committees. Honorable Chair, in presenting this report, while I have outlined some of our achievements for the period under review, allow me to take the opportunity to spend a bit of time on our envisioned trajectory as we venture into the future. Lessons learned during this time related to agility, adaptation, innovation, and virtual world of work will not be lost as we emerge from the pandemic. We can be sure that there will be other icebergs that will endanger our way as we continue our voyage of bringing hope to our people, and will use those lessons to assist us with future challenges as well. The investments we've made in this regard, therefore, will yield returns well into the future of a sustained basis, constantly adding value to the work we do. Honorable Chair, continuity on our positive trajectory of good governance processes, as well as constantly striving to improve further, will do all that we can to restore confidence and hope in our people and strengthen the legislature as the cradle of the democracy. We'll continue to focus on strengthening oversight processes, both internally and to enable executive accountability. We'll also continue with our notable work in the sector on the sector-wide standardization of integrated oversight mechanism. Our current emphasis on strengthening the GPL resolutions value chain is bearing fruit, and will continue further to promote service delivery-oriented house resolutions that are geared on improving the lives of our people. We will also intensify engagements with the executive on their responses to house resolutions within the time and quality parameters. We'll maintain focus on engaging all groups and sectors of society in our public engagement mechanism to ensure that each and every person in Gauteng, irrespective of race, color, creed, or other orientation, are not in any way discriminated but rather treated equally, fairly, and justly. The parliamentary constituency office is an important structure that links the legislature to committees. A current impediment is to erroneously misunderstand the PCO as a political structure for specific political parties only. It is for us to move away from this and promote the PCO as a non-partisan entity. This can be done by rebranding the PCO externally and internally using only the GPL logo and country flag. In this way, the GPL through the PCO will be accessible to all people in any constituency in an apolitical and non-partisan manner. Still on connecting with communities, will project voter education and awareness as an ongoing campaign of the legislature and not just during election season. It is our ongoing and sustained role to understand our heart-earned right to vote throughout the term, during the local government elections, during the by-elections, as well as provincial and national elections. These are some of the initiatives we have already started working on to forge a legislature not for today or tomorrow, but a legislature that is robust enough to stand the test of time well into the future. This is what will provide hope to the people of Gauteng. And I also invite honorable members to take ownership of these initiatives and interventions and join me on this shared-owned journey of hope. Having noted considerable achievements made by the GPL during the period under review, despite the lockdown restrictions and regulation, it is sufficiently clear that we have indeed risen to the occasion and delivered on our constitutional mandates of oversight and scrutiny, public participation, and stakeholder engagement, lawmaking, and cooperative governance. The relentless and in-depth focus on oversight proves that GPL continues to put the people of Gauteng first, no matter what the situation or circumstances may be. Despite these remarkable achievements against the odds, GPL still aims higher and will not rest in complacency. Through the House and the work of committees, the GPL will continue learning and improving on its successes because we are firmly committed to making a positive contribution to the improved quality of life of all citizens of Gauteng. In conclusion, I wish to inform the House that yesterday marked an important development in the evolving collective bargaining within the legislative sector when the representatives of the legislature's employer organization, shortly called as LEO, and NEHAWU, reached an agreement on annual cost of living adjustment on 4.5% on salaries and all applicable benefits for employees in the bargaining unit, backdated to the 1st of April 2022, and a once-off cash payment of 25,000 rands for all qualifying employees. We're encouraged by these developments and hope that the outstanding dispute relating to the 13th check will be resolved when the CCMA make its ruling, and we urge management and organized labor to work together in the best interest of the institution, the people will represent, and all stakeholders, including themselves. I take the opportunity to appreciate the hard work and dedication by fellow presiding officers, members of OCPOL, members of the Legislative Services Board and its committees, especially the independent members who bring along a lot of experience and expertise and provide a layer of assurance. Members of OCPOL, Secretary to the Legislature, all levels of management, and all staff of GPL for making my task of leading this fine institution so much easier, sustaining the clean audit and improving our performance. And I also want to cite even the NEHAWU branch of the legislature for actually cooperating with most of the things that we do at the legislature. We expect further performance improvements in the current financial year and beyond. On that note, it is only befitting that I close off with an excerpt from a poem I quote, "The Hill We Climbed" by Amanda Coleman. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left with. Every breath from my bronze-pounded chest will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West, will rise from the windswept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover, and every known nook of our nation and every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge, battered and beautiful. When days comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. Let me thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now call upon the acting chairperson, Honorable Matsake.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thanks to the Speaker for a very detailed presentation in terms of the debate. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, sir. Any seconder to the adoption of the report? Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. Yes. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the seventh order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The seventh order is the debate on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you very much. I've realized that Honorable Msimanga is available. Honorable Msimanga, that's a turn. Please come in and open the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs, to the Honorable Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, and the people of Gauteng, good morning. Madam Chair of Chairs, let me start off by quoting one verse from the Bible, Deuteronomy 31, verse 20, which reads, and I quote, "For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I swore to give to their fathers, and they have eaten, and they are full and grown fat, they will turn to other gods and serve them, and despise me and break their the covenant," close quote. Gauteng is seen by many as a province of milk and honey, a province that is alive with possibilities, where dreams become reality or are supposed to become reality, and a new, better life can be built. But how many have been disappointed in this? This dream has all but been shattered by the current administration. The government officials and those that are politically aligned to the ruling party have but looted all coffers of the government, leaving large on taxpayers' hard-earned money. This is something that the people of Gauteng has now come to realize is a nightmare that they find themselves living in. Madam Chair of Chairs, I have said to the new Premier that we now need to have an intergovernmental relations group that consists not only of the executive and also different municipalities leadership there, but also of different political parties, so that we're able to bring around ideas in terms of how we will be able to formulate plans for Gauteng going forward. And one of those things I said is the Gauteng Master Plan, Infrastructure Master Plan, that talks to how we will be able to deal with issues of electricity, how we'll be able to deal with issues of water in Gauteng, but also how do we then ensure that there is coordination between what municipalities are doing and what the provincial government is doing. If we're not going to be able to do that, unemployment in the province will remain high. And this is something that, is brought or is made worse by load shedding, as we are experiencing across the country. Businesses are suffering as they cannot afford to buy generators to power their businesses when there is no electricity. While the power is only supposed to be off for about 4 hours at a time, often many areas in the province are left without power for days. Madam Chair of Chairs, this problem of electricity infrastructure was not meant to be lasting for this long. We were supposed to have addressed this a while ago. But this is something that is now threatening to not only cripple the economy of Gauteng, but the whole country, as it may be. As somebody said yesterday, that Gauteng contributes about 1.1 trillion rand to the GDP of South Africa. But if we are not going to be able to fix this problem, we are going to find ourselves in deeper problems going forward. To add further woes to this, the Honorable Premier, Panyaza Lesufi, wants Eskom to write off the debt owed by Soweto to Eskom. Should Eskom write off this debt owed to them, it will place an unfair burden on the residents who have been paying for their electricity. This is not the first time that Eskom debt has been written off in Soweto. And what the Premier is not proposing is how we will ensure that this doesn't happen going forward. I had said, and I will continue to say, Madam Speaker, that at this time, we are not supposed to be making populist statements, but we are supposed to be making reasonable and responsible statements that are aimed at taking us forward and not aimed at ensuring that we win votes in 2024. In 2020, let me remind Premier that Eskom had to write off 8 billion rand owed to them by the residents of Soweto. There can never be a situation where Sowetans, debt is written off without putting measures in place where we will ensure that this doesn't happen again. And also the Premier must tell the people of Gauteng, if this is going to happen, how do we then ensure that the residents of other areas, including Tembisa, the residents of Hammanskraal, the residents of Etwatwa, are not going to then come and say, well, if you are able to write debt in these particular areas, therefore you should also be writing debts that are coming from our areas as well. I think these are some of the things that the Premier must realize, that when he talks on a platform, he's speaking on behalf of government and not on behalf of a particular organization that he represents, and therefore must be very careful of the utterances that he is making. The question also we must ask is, why is only Soweto being targeted here? How about other townships, as I mentioned earlier on? Are they also going to find favor in this, instance going forward? Let me also focus on the problem of water that seems to be a stubborn problem that our communities are facing, Madam Chair of Chairs. Load shedding has not only had an effect on the residents or in terms of electricity, but also on the ability of municipality to provide water, to the residents. Earlier this year, I, together with my colleagues from the Democratic Alliance, conducted a number of oversight inspections of the water pump stations and the reservoirs owned by both Rainwater and municipalities. During these oversight inspections, we heard from residents about the huge impact that throttle water suppliers had on their lives. In Mogale City, as an example, the Executive Mayor, Tyrone Gray, told me that the municipality had procured water tankers and installed booster pumps to ensure that their residents have access to an uninterrupted water supply. This comes at an additional cost to the municipality, something that cannot necessarily be afforded by them. This problem arose from stage 6 load shedding that was implemented by Eskom towards the end of September. The pump stations are not able to pump water and reservoirs are not able to fill up sufficiently before the electricity goes off again, which then creates a problem down the line. Our water infrastructure is unable to cope with the load shedding, which may lead to water pipe bursts and needing to be replaced again and again. Furthermore, this also has an impact on our sewer systems as it continues to put pressure that is, as we need pressure that is needed to ensure that raw sewage flows outside or away from homes and into the treatment plants. But when there is not enough water, we find that there is a backfeed that takes place, which then also creates more havoc, for the municipalities and the residents. This is why, Premier Lesufi, I had said, we need to ensure that we do have, as a matter of urgency, a meeting of all the levels of government and also to ensure that we're able to talk as multi-parties in terms of the ideas that are there that we can implement to save not only our residents and give them a dignity of life, but we can also get the economy going again. But talking about the economy, Madam Chair of Chairs, the unemployment rate is currently at 33.7% in the province. And if you were to then do an extended search on that, you find that over 45% of the people in Gauteng, especially young people, find themselves outside of employment and are becoming daily and increasingly more and more unemployable. This is a problem that we should be preoccupied with. Let me also say that the SEPA 1 million program, which is something that this administration has been punting, it's got so many pitfalls, and it is also now shown that it has not been able to provide sustainable jobs for our unemployed, particularly those that are young people. The SEPA 1 million program is crucial if we want it, if we can make it work. But so far, it has never really produced the kind of results that we were anticipating that it would produce. Are we relooking at it? Is there something that we can honestly say that it has had an impact? You would have heard, Madam Chair of Chairs, from yesterday and today from the speeches of our members that we have been saying that not only should we be talking about expenditure or budget expenses, but we should be talking about budget impact. What we have been saying is that you can't be spending money, but that money that you've been spending needs to have an impact on the people down on the ground. And what we have been spending on SEPA 1 million hasn't really translated into meaningful employment for the millions of residents that find themselves unemployed and are becoming increasingly unemployable by the day. And this is something that we have been saying needs to be addressed. But let me also then hone in, Madam Chair of Chairs, onto the issues that we have been raising around the municipalities as well. Municipalities, as Honorable Mziu Kumalo had said when we were met at the Gold Reef City through our oversight, that municipalities are somewhat now become what we call employment agencies and not fulfilling the mandate of delivering services on the ground. Reality is that we have had a great loss of the right amount of skills at municipalities to be able to then provide services. And this is why at this current point in time, there is an over-reliance on service providers or external service providers instead of internally being able to deal with issues. And this is something that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency, as a Premier. We cannot continue, to deal with an ending amount of service provider, external consultants, while we have so many people that are employed within the municipalities. Are we going to be able to, at some point, address this as a great challenge facing our municipalities? Instead of focusing on fixing what is broken within the provincial government, the Honorable Premier wants to create a new metro. Unfortunately, the proposal will not be benefiting to all the municipalities. Instead of wanting to plaster over the problems, what we should be doing is to look at what is it that we should be doing at a local level before wanting to create a bigger problem. Right now, as we are talking, Madam Chair of Chairs, the Mfuleni municipalities' vehicles are being attached, accounts have already been attached, and the Premier hasn't said a single word on this particular issue. But we hear that they want to now merge this troubled municipality with other local municipalities that include Midvaal. This is like, driving a car with 3 flat tires and 1 tire that is full and hope that you get to your destination. What you'll end up doing is not only have a car that will stall and break down, but you will also not reach your destination. What we need to do is to make sure that we fix all the 3 other tires on this vehicle and then make sure that this car is able to then get to its destination. What we now also need to then admit is that, as also had been admitted by Ndate Maile, is that the administration that was put in Mfuleni hadn't really given any kind of positive impact. And we have been misled to think that there has been somewhat of a positive outcome that the administration has been able to achieve in the municipality of Mfuleni. In fact, the finances are worse off than they have ever been. In fact, right now, service delivery has deteriorated to increasingly higher levels than what it has been. And this is something that, the Premier should be occupying himself with and say, how do we then begin to then fix all these problems that we're finding ourselves dealing with? Let me also now touch on the issue of crime and safety, Madam Chair of Chairs. and say that in a bid to provide a safer province, an advertisement went out for about 6,000 crime prevention wardens. While this is a step in the right direction, we question why the applicants were required to produce a motivational letter from the ward councillor. The fact that the politicians were involved in the recruitment process points to an attempt to create a political patronage network. The DA is, on a mission to eradicate cadre deployment, as it has been it has brought nothing but corruption and the state capture, which has led to the deterioration of our country's safety and security system. But also, while still on it, Madam Chair of Chairs, while we were trying to expand, we were trying to find out what will these 6,000 people, or crime prevention wardens be equipped with, we are told that they will be given panic buttons. But panic buttons will not work where, police stations themselves don't have connectivity, and some of the police stations don't even have electricity connected to it, which means that by 6 o'clock, you can press the panic button all you want. The police will not be able to respond because the police station has closed. And in certain instances, you find that, there's not even enough vehicles for the police to then respond. So what we are now doing is to put 6,000 more lives at risk while they are going there patrolling and then not being able to then reach the kind of desired outcome that it is envisioned here. I think there's a lot that still needs to be addressed or needs to be said about what we are aiming to achieve here. And hopefully, the Premier will at some point, not just make statements, but also go into the details of what is to then happen in this regard. I'm not even going to talk about the announcement that he's made about the Nyaupe farm or the rehabilitation for Nyaupe addicts in Pretoria and the disaster that has created in that area, and the kind of expectation that people are now left disappointed because announcements are made without proper research being done, without proper plans being put in place to then deal with what then follows. This is something that is very much regrettable. Let me also touch on the issue of underspending, Madam Chair of Chairs, and say that during the adjustment budget delivered just a few days ago, it was announced that there will be a rollover of 1.6 billion rand. The Gauteng Department of Health has the biggest rollover of 1.1 billion rand. This is very worrying, as currently there is a huge underspending on infrastructure in the province, especially around the health sector. For the remainder of the current government...
Thank you, Baba. Thank you very much.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have limited time.
Okay.
The remainder of the current government's term of office, the following has been identified as key priorities. That is the economic recovery and reconstruction, strengthening the battle against crime, corruption, vandalism, and overcoming lawlessness, changing the living conditions in townships, informal settlement and hostels, prioritizing of the health and wellness of the people, strengthening the capacity of the state. But if you start to then look at what are the actual plans that are put in place, whether we are seriously then addressing, these key priorities that have been identified, you realize that this is nothing more than smokescreen and talk, which was by the end of the term would have translated to not much being achieved. And this, again, are denying the people of Gauteng a dream that they so yearn for, but they find themselves in a nightmare going forward. On the issue of e-toll, Madam Chair of Chairs, we have had, a number of times where the Premier has said that the e-tolls are a thing of the past. But I urge every member to go and read what the Finance Minister has had to say, that you realize that the issues of the gantries or the e-tolls are not going anywhere anytime soon. The 12 billion rand that the Premier spoke that will be the portion of Gauteng's debt is actually not just 12 billion. If you read the interest that will now have to be paid by the residents of Gauteng, we then ask ourselves, where is this money going to come from? The answer is in the speech of the Finance Minister, who is saying that these countries will then be taken over by Gauteng. Therefore, it means that these e-tolls are not going anywhere anytime soon. And if they are going to go at some point, it means that there are projects that are necessarily or that are needed in Gauteng that are now going to suffer because we still have to pay this debt. So I don't think that it is time to be rejoicing around the issue of e-tolls because we are still having a long way that we still have to deal with this particular issue. On the issue of road infrastructure, motorists using the R101 road in Tshwane, as an example, are at risk of having their vehicles severely damaged and face, life-threatening accidents as potholes are still not filled on this regional road here. The road is also prone, as I said, to accidents on an ongoing basis. And this is something that, Madam Chair of Chairs, as we have had, a shining speech being made about how the roads in Gauteng are actually being managed. The provincial roads are actually being managed. But we can tell you right now that this is not the lived experiences on the ground by the people who are having to use these roads on an ongoing basis. I think Ntateli Sophie must also ensure that, that does a proper analysis of where money is spent and whether the money spent equates to the kind of desired outcomes that we have been talking about. Yet again, I repeat, budget expenditure versus budget impact is what needs to then be driving this government here going forward. Madam Chair of Chairs, we have been hearing time and time again of the so-called, state-owned bank in Gauteng. But, reading what the state-owned bank or what it is proposed and looking at what the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller is supposed to be doing, I realize that there's such a great duplication here. And here we now need the Premier to come and tell us, are we going to really start duplicating things? Or are we going to then stop the talk and start making sure that the JEB does what it's supposed to do? That is to ensure that small businesses, particularly those operating in the townships, are actually then equipped and are actually then assisted to then not only survive but also thrive under this current condition that they find themselves in. In order to change the living conditions in hostels and in townships and informal settlements, the dysfunctional Department of Human Settlements will also need to get their act together as a matter of urgency. I don't know whether they will be able to then also get their act together, given the fact that now Ntate Maile has decided that he needs to merge the two biggest challenging departments together here. Time will tell why that has been the decision that has been taken. But let me also say that we're not only coming with problems, but there will be solutions, Madam Chair of Chairs. From the above, it is clear that Gauteng is no longer the province of milk and honey. It is a province that has been characterized by corruption, financial mismanagement, maladministration, and cadre deployment. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I've said to the Premier and I've said to this House here that we're willing to help and we're willing to share ideas if there can be a platform that can be created to do that. But in order for us to be able to work together, also, there should be an intergovernmental relation, a team that is put together, not only consisting of the executive, but also of other parties that we're able to then find a solution to the problem that is lying ahead. In order to find the solution to the load shedding and the water crisis, as I said, we need to make sure that there is that team that gets together and look at the Gauteng Master Plan and work on the Gauteng Master Plan. We need to look at a provincialized crime master plan, fighting master plan as well. We need to make sure that there is also an economic master plan for all different municipalities that now under the province, Madam Chair of Chairs, share a common goal of contributing towards ensuring that 1.1 trillion rand that we spoke about gets to be 2 trillion rand and growing going forward. Because Gauteng is actually fertile to make sure that that happens. We need to urgently restore this province to one of opportunity and hope, a province where dreams can become a reality, where all our residents are living in dignified housing, have access to healthcare, and have access to running water and electricity on a daily basis. This Premier must speed up the process of completing the lifestyle audits, as this has been pivotal to rooting out corruption. Furthermore, he must also release all the SIU reports that his predecessors failed to release due to the internal political squabbles that have been taking place within his organization. I hope that Premier Lesufi will not go down the same route, but will ensure that those that have been investigated and the reports that are there will be released as a matter of urgency. The stark reality is that the new priorities identified by you and your executive, Mr. Premier, will not be realized in the next 2 years. You are selling our people a false promise of a renewed land of milk and honey, and this is not something that is going to be reached in the next 2 years. Premier Lesufi, we do not want a political promise or promises. We want service delivery and we want it now. The DA will ensure that the milk on the land of milk and honey will be delivered to the people of Gauteng come 2024. And the government of integrity will make sure that we push for freedom, fairness, and opportunity for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sima. Honorable Mukwebo.
Thank you, Chair of Chess. Good afternoon, the residents of this province of Gauteng, honorable members, Premier Lesofie. You just be on top of the horse, but the horse is from the same color, green and yellow, of which you know the horse which you are putting yourself in. So we are not going to treat you as a new person in this province, as you are a leader now. We are going to treat you as the person who has been here, who knows what has been happening in this province. As the EFF, we want to make you aware that we have got the departments in our province which they underspend, departments which they were supposed to spend the whole budget which we give them. But when one asks, because we sit in this committee of OPPOL, we ask these departments, we always find that they don't have capacity, they don't have people who can implement what has been supposed to happen from those departments. So what we advise as the EFF is, you must look in this department, try to bring people who are capable, not comrades from your political party. We need people who have got skills, who can make sure that they drive the mandate which we are giving as the department. You must note that there are programs which your previous premier were busy championing in this province, which we have got a problem with because we can't touch or see where it impacts in the lives of our people in this province. I can give an example. There is something which is called TEPO 1 million. It was TEPO 750. It was going to be TEPO 500. Sometimes yourself you can go and make it TEPO 2 million. We don't know because you said a lot in your acceptance speech, of which in these 15 months which is remaining, we see it very, very impossible. What we can assist you on is to say, please be with these departments, more especially departments of community safety. Our safety in this province is in crisis. We are not safe, even ourselves, even when we drive around, we are not safe because the problem is these departments are led by people who are not grounded, who are not understanding how to deal with this safety. Our children in schools, they are not safe, and it's happening in the Department of Education reports, which they always provide to us, and we even ask them questions. They don't have any plan. They even tell us to say we don't have a budget to implement securities in the schools, of which every day you find bullying in schools in this province. And as the EFF, we say to you as the Premier, concern, youth unemployment rate, we saw the put new energy, put a new action to MEC Chilwani. We're still going to see and observe as the EFF because even now we're not hearing anything about this youth. What is he going to do? So we are saying as the Premier, when you respond to what we are presenting as the EFF now to say, please try to highlight what you are going to do about the youth of this province, of which unemployment they are facing. It's in serious, creating a lot of problems in our country. Please release the SIU report, which are there in the office where you enter. Bring them out so that we can know who has been held accountable, who must be responsible for what, and from which department. Premier, there is a recommendation from Public Service Commission And those recommendations are not implemented in departments. That some senior managers need to be charged, but we are just observing and seeing those people are cruising very nicely. It looks like no one can be charged, no one can be taken to disciplinary hearings, whereas there's a recommendations which has been done. You can check there, because you have been in this administration. $53 billion in 24 and jobs, which in the almost on the population of 16.1 million, it created only 0.79%. It shows that
Honorable Mkwebo. Honorable Mkwebo.
Benefit anything. Thank you very much.
Time up.
Thank you, Mkwebo. Honorable Albert.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your premiership, Mr. Lesufi. Please enjoy it while you can, because it won't last too long. Under Premier Lesufi, the province has now new political leadership, some new initiatives, but still the old style policies of growing Gauteng together. The reality people experience on the ground and the lofty ideals in the roadmap are light years apart, unfortunately. But the people of Gauteng do not need to fear, as Premier Lesufi will come to save them with electricity write-offs, a state bank, township development fund, drones and cameras everywhere, and his one-sided prosecution of racists as long as they are white. But somehow I cannot get the following thoughts out of my head. The culture of non-payment, the state-led and bankrupt VBS Bank, Land Bank and Post Bank, the bleak 1984-like social credit system of China that polices everyone with drones and cameras, stolen COVID-19 funding in the education department that may be repeated in a township development fund, which is actually a good fund and a good project, and the outstanding cheque that is going to be cashed by those learners and families who are falsely accused of racism by this administration. This Premier's track record leaves little to be desired, and we are quite certain that we will not see a leadership that brings all of the Gauteng people together, which is unfortunate, but one that will gaslight people based on race, while important work like fixing the economy is left behind. All that will be fixed will be the pockets of those in government. So it will come to pass that the people of the province will reject the divisive ANC for a coalition parties, a group of coalition parties in 2024. Thank you very much.
Time is up. Honorable Bloom.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I may take the DA free time. Mr. Acting Speaker, we have a new Premier taking over the office of the old Premier, but he will only be in charge for about 18 months before he becomes leader of the opposition. I still have some advice for him so that he can try to avoid the disasters that afflicted his predecessor. He can start by overhauling the monitoring and support function, because it is really quite useless. We saw this during the COVID-19 crisis, which serves as a stress test for this provincial government. I'm going to read from one of the slides that was presented to the OCPOL committee. Quote, "The delivery support unit has played an integral role in coordinating the work of the health infrastructure work stream. The role of the DSU was to manage the project and ensure that stakeholders convene and that progress on reports are delivered to Provincial Disaster Management Command Centre and Provincial Coronavirus Command Council on a weekly basis." Now, this DSU is so useless that it didn't pick up the massive wastage, inefficiency and corruption in what was done with all the extra money made available to fight COVID. We're talking about 2 billion rand that was supposed to speedily build new wards for the expected rush of COVID patients. Well, the ones at the Kopanong Hospital are still not finished, and they don't know what to do with the structures that have been built for 300 million rand. The new George Macquarie Hospital wards are also not finished, and they were never utilized. But the biggest scandal of all is the 500 million rand spent on the Anglo-Ashanti Hospital, which wasn't even owned by the province. And people here will recall that I asked in this House right at the beginning whether a legal opinion had been obtained about this, and I was told that it hadn't. So we are still trying to find out why the incomprehensible decision was taken to build 181 ICU beds in a faraway area. Our major hospitals don't have anywhere near that number of ICU beds. How would you even staff these beds in this mine hospital that is so difficult to get to? You know, it's not surprising at all that the SIU is investigating corruption by the contractors who did work on this hospital. I called it a white elephant hospital, then it became a ghost hospital, and now the province is walking away from it entirely. So, what's the use of the monitoring and valuation function in the Premier's office if it couldn't pick up this obvious disaster, which I raised repeatedly in this House as it unfolded? I'm sure the Honourable Premier does not want to be reminded how he didn't pick up the 431 million rand spent in so-called deep cleaning of empty schools. You know, it would have been nice if the Premier's office had picked it up to save him the embarrassment at the time. But this is what you get with an administration that is rotten from top to bottom. Much of this is because of two words that usually gets me cut off by someone who seems to have an off button on virtual meetings. I'm going to say the two words ready anyway, so just get your finger ready for the off button. These words always seem to trigger a mass uproar in the ruling party. These are the two words: cadre deployment. I haven't been cut off yet, so I'll say them again: cadre deployment. The Zondo Commission blamed cadre deployment for much of the non-performance and corruption in the state-owned enterprises. Judge Zondo has said that it is illegal and unconstitutional. Now, I'm not talking about limited political appointments in a head office, which the DA does according to the law and within limits. I'm talking about wholesale interference with board appointments and administration jobs. The former Premier defended cadre deployment, and so does the new Premier. I want to say to him today that we will never get things right in this province unless there's a wholesale policy change in this regard, as well as a thorough clean-out of political appointments who are crooks or can't do the jobs. There is good news, and that is that in just over 18 months' time, there will be a new provincial government that will do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bloom. Honorable Letsoalo, make sure that you switch off the camera. Honorable Letsoalo, switch off the camera. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees, and greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Lesufi, one of the most...
Before that, Malema, Honorable Letsoalo, can you switch off that camera? Okay, continue, Malema.
Thank you. Honorable Premier Lesufi, one of the most progressive public leaders, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Chief Whips of other parties, Honorable members of the Executive, Honorable members of this August House, and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs and Honorable members of this August House, allow me to start off by reminding you of what Comrade Chrisani once said, and I quote, open quote, "I have never wanted to spare myself because I feel there are people who are no longer around and died for the struggle. What right do I have to hold back, to rest, to preserve my health, to have time with my family when there are other people who are no longer alive, when they sacrificed what is precious, namely life itself?" Close quote. Deputy Chair of Committees, Comrade Chrisani was and will forever remain our hero, a true revolutionary communist and a martyr who fought tirelessly for us to be able to enjoy the freedom we have today. It will be most unfortunate and in fact tantamount to a travesty of justice for me to stand in this August House and not register our extreme disappointment as the ANC by the recent developments in this country. We debate the 2021-2022 annual report of the Office of the Premier at a very sad and most difficult time. On Wednesday, 30th of November this year, an assassin by the name of Janus Walus, who assassinated Comrade Chrisani, was scheduled to be released on parole following a unanimous decision by the Constitutional Court to grant him parole, despite the fact that the Justice Minister had initially taken a correct decision to deny him a parole. The words of Chrisani will haunt us forever. if we turned a blind eye on his continuous assassination and torturing of his family, more so if we turned a blind eye on the pain that is experienced by millions of South Africans who Hani sacrificed his life for. In assassinating Comrade Chris Hani, Walus committed nothing short of treason, and his treasonous action should have been treated in a manner befitting of such human barbarism. I want to register in this August House, Deputy Chair of Committees, that the release of Janus Walus has reopened wounds that we had learned to live with. We are languishing in pain, we are very angry, gravely disturbed and concerned and disappointed by the decision of the Constitutional Court to release someone who has not even shown any form of remorse or any respect for the family of Comrade Chris Hani and the people of South Africa. Deputy Chair of Chairs, unfortunately in politics, at times we are forced to state the obvious. Let me state that the ANC respects the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law upon which our democratic South Africa was founded. Therefore, before our political opponents and enemies run around helter-skelter like headless chickens, spreading unfounded allegations, I want to state it in clear and unmistakable terms that the ANC is not against the law, nor does it call for unlawfulness. Hence, we recently held a very peaceful march on Wednesday in protest against the release of Walus. The ANC fought for this constitution to exist, and we shall do everything humanly and legally possible at our disposal to protect it from any form of abuse. We want to send a strong message to Janus Walus and his likes that as the ANC, we will not allow them to assassinate Comrade Chris Hani again. The vandalization of the Chris Hani Memorial Stone is an indication that the decision to release Walus has emboldened white supremacists and racist right-wing elements, and further indicates that our disappointment is by all measures justified. We remain convinced that freeing Walus is a continuation of killing of Comrade Chris Hani and the torture of his family and the people of South Africa, and that it is not in the interest of a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, united, prosperous society that we are striving to build. Deputy Chair of Chairs. Allow me to now focus on the year under review, 2021, which we are pertinently debating retrospectively. The Office of the Premier has once again showed leadership by obtaining clean audit outcomes for 9 consecutive years since 2013-2024 financial year. This is a milestone that must be uploaded and be replicated by all Gauteng provincial government departments. Without any doubt, Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is an indication that the Centre is holding. 2021-2022 financial year remained a difficult period as the world was learning to live with the new normal of the COVID-19 pandemic, which collapsed economies of many countries. We are still grappling with the aftermath of the pandemic. It is commendable amid all these challenges, the Office of the Premier still managed its responsibilities and ensured prudent financial management. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, in 2019, the ANC through its manifesto committed itself to growing South Africa together. This was translated into government program through the Growing Gauteng Together GTT 2030 roadmap. In the year under review, the Gauteng provincial government committed itself to 4 priorities, namely to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, to reignite the Gauteng economy, to recalibrate social policy, and also to improve governance. We can attest that the Office of the Premier did a sterling job as a centre of government to guide departments in fulfilling the above-mentioned priorities. It is also worth noting that despite the period being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Office of the Premier did not deviate from the GTT 2030 roadmap. Instead, it reprioritized and ensured that service delivery continues to the benefit of the people of Gauteng. And with regard to overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic, Honorable Chair of Chairs, it is an undeniable fact that the Gauteng provincial government managed the pandemic very well by developing innovative, multi-sectoral and comprehensive COVID-19 response. The response aimed at saving lives and the economy. Through the Department of Health, the province ensured that the health system does not collapse. The Department of Health mobilized communities and created partnerships that resulted in a massive vaccine campaign. The vaccine campaign has broken the cycles of infections, hospitalizations, and fatalities. To date, the pandemic is under control. Does this mean that our health system is without fault? Absolutely no, Deputy Chair of Chairs. However, the department is on the right path. We can attest. I must warn that oversight is not a process of batching the executive, but rather, as Parliament defines it, a process to monitor and oversee government actions, Deputy Chair of Committees. We must learn to give credit where it is due. To date, almost 11 million Gauteng people are vaccinated, making Gauteng the province with the highest number of vaccinated population. And as it pertains to reigniting the Gauteng economy, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the period under review saw the world at large experiencing a slow economic growth and feeling the aftermath of COVID-19. And to this end, South Africa was not spared. Our economy suffered immensely, and as a result, we had job losses and companies closed. The ANC government, as a form of cautioning families from the economic meltdown, it provided qualifying citizens with the 350 rands grant. The Gauteng City Region Observatory sixth quality of life survey indicates that in total, almost half of all Gauteng respondents, about 48%, said that someone in their household received a social grant of some kind. This was up from 42% in 2017-2018, while almost a quarter of survey respondents indicated that someone in their household was receiving the 350 rands grant. The province has implemented innovative economic recovery programs, notably that being the first one to establish, the establishment of provincial war room on economic recovery and sustainable jobs, a war room on poverty and food security, a war room on crime, and a fund of 500 million rands established by the Gauteng provincial government and partners to assist township companies affected by both COVID-19 and the July unrest. The successful incubation of 56 township businesses at the provincial government ECASILEP. 1 billion rand spent through the construction phase on SMMEs from Mamelodi Township, to mention but a few. And with regard to TSEPO 1 million, Deputy Chair of Chairs, in the past financial years, TSEPO 1 million was under spotlight. One of the major concerns was that the program was failing to meet its targets. We continuously engaged the Office of the Premier regarding TSEPO 1 million. The reviewal of the program was as a result of these engagements. The Mapungube Institute for Strategic Reflection Research shed some light on how the TSEPO 1 million program was a success and gave recommendations on what needed to be done to improve it. We are equally pleased that the Office of the Premier heeded our call to prioritize the youth through developing a youth development strategy. We further commend the Office for exceeding its Pillar 1 target of 26,000 and achieving 40,483 on pathways to earning. And on Pillar 2, the target was 13,025, and it recorded an achievement of 20,859 on income earning opportunities. And as it pertains to oversight and accountability, Deputy Chair of Chairs, in his political report of 2020, the erstwhile Premier, Ntate David Makhura, indicated that prudent financial management, clean governance and accountability, as well as active engagement with communities have been the hallmarks of this ANC administration. When we entered the fifth term in 2014, Our ANC caucus made a conscious decision to be an activist caucus and ensured that government was an activist government, a government that will honor its social contract through partnering with the people as it remains people-centered and people-driven government. We have stayed in this path in many ways, including our demonstrated actions through the Interesano program. The ANC government continues to interact and resolve service delivery challenges of the people of Gauteng using Interesano as a service delivery channel. And in fighting corruption and advancing ethical governance, Deputy Chair of Chairs, we note that the Office of the Premier has introduced fraud detection reviews on all contracts above 10 million rands. We commend this action as it will curb corruption that eats away from the government coffers and have negative economic impact on society. The anti-corruption strategy continues to yield positive results for the ANC-led government. As part of strengthening good governance, the Office of the Premier released the State of Ethics, Integrity, Management and Fighting Corruption in Gauteng. The report has undisputedly showed that the Gauteng provincial government is making inroads in promoting good governance. In closing, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, our presence in this August House is for the benefit of society. May we not engage and relegate ourselves to pathetic politics of populism. May we know that the people of Gauteng will not remember our pointing of fingers. They will not remember how much we shouted at each other in this house. And they will certainly not remember our political differences, but will most definitely remember how we impacted their lives. The ANC will continue to grow Gauteng together with the people of this province through its activism and meaningful oversight. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much. Let me now hand over to the Premier to respond to the debate. Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Let me start by thanking all members that participated in this debate. I truly appreciate your honesty, frankness, ideas, and your contribution in making our province what Member Msimang declares a place of milk and honey. I honestly appreciate your input, but I think it will be unfair not to start by thanking our former Premier, David Makhura, for the sterling work he has done in our province. It is unfortunate and unfair that none of those except Member Malema have acknowledged that Premier Makhura contributed to the development of our province. The Vision 2030, Growing Gauteng Together, remains the best vision ever in all fairness in terms of the vision and the creation of a program of action in our country. You can't even compare that particular vision with any other province, including the Western Cape. I also want to thank the Premier for really instituting lifestyle audits of senior officials of government, including politicians. I've gone through the report. I'm happy that all of our MECs that have gone through these life audits, no one has been found to have a conflict of interest against the state and have not done anything. This is a commitment that we have demonstrated that unlike other provinces, we are not going to hire private people to do lifestyle audits. We'll use law enforcement agencies of the state, the secret agency, SARS, and other related agencies of the state to audit our officials. And we are glad that we'll be in a position to release this report where all MECs have been found to not have done something in conflict with their responsibilities. This is very important because it was an implementation of a resolution that we've taken as the ruling party, that to fight crime, we must not have leaders that have questionable credentials in the fight against crime. And this task that has been done by Premier Makura, it's appreciated. We also want to thank Premier Makura that is leaving a department that has got clean audits year in, year out. It's an achievement that we cannot underplay, and we commit ourselves to continue on that trend. It's unfortunate that none of those that were debating except Member Malema could not even acknowledge this part, that a clean audit year in and year out has been deposited by this department. We also want to acknowledge, yes, there have been limitations there and there in terms of COVID, but we are one of the provinces that took this responsibility to combat COVID head-on. The manner in which we have strengthened the team, the number of vaccination, the number of people that we have managed to bring back that were sick, and the capacity of the health state to ensure that citizens of our province can defeat COVID. And this can only be alluded to a leader of David Makura's caliber, and we want to say to him, job well done, Premier. Truly appreciate that. I want to respond to the issues that have been deposited by members in this House. I want to thank you, Member Msimang, that we have this rare talent of being able to identify and also identify and relate to the program of action of the ruling party of the African National Congress. That's a rare talent, because many people miss that point first of what is it that you want to do. And I take your challenge when you say populate all the things that you said you will do so that we can judge you. And accept that challenge, Member Msimang. It's better for someone to have information so that by the time we engage, you move from the position of strength because you've got information, rather than people just attack without even having the relevant information. So I want to thank you for that, Member Msimang. And you went even further to make a very important proposal that, Premier, let's establish an intergovernment relation group where all political parties at local government, provincial government, I will extend national government where it affects us, especially the issues that we have raised of water and electricity, so that we can plan from the same pot. That's a brilliant idea, Member Msimang. But the brilliance, unfortunately, ends here. After that, you became myopic, meaningless, and directionless. And I will deal with those issues that you couldn't. So let me thank you until where you were good, because beyond there, you became something that worried me. I want to deal with the issue that we have raised that related to ESCOM and the proposal that we have deposited on the table. You say to us, if you scrap the debt of the poor and the unemployed, you are playing to the public gallery and you want to catch votes. And I said it in this House, and I'm going to say it again. When we scrap the debt of the rich through e-tolls, no one asks us why. But when we scrap the debt of the poor, we are asked why. That's double standard of the highest order that cannot be debated. And let's compare the figures. The debt that we are scraping of the rich is 47 billion. These are people that are capable to pay, but they're refusing to pay. These are people that claim to embrace the user pay principle, but they refuse to pay. These are the people that have, in most instances, demonstrated that they are not even prepared to pay a cent on this. That's 47 billion. When you speak about Soweto, it's just 8 billion. And of the 8 billion, only 500 million is recoverable. Only 500 million is recoverable because majority of the people there are unemployed. Majority of the people there are the elderly. Majority of the people that owned that property have died. How do you want to retrieve that amount from the people that are dead? How do you want to retrieve that amount of money from people that are unemployed? You are cleverly explaining, Member Msimang, how many people are unemployed in our country. Does it mean if you are unemployed, you must not have electricity? Does it mean if you are unemployed, even if we know you are unemployed, we must force you to pay? What will you pay from where, using what? And the argument you are placing on ESCOM is that if the debt of ESCOM is going to be taken over by government, by central government, by extension, therefore, the debt of Soweto, Tembisa, Katleung, Albertine, whoever that can afford to pay, that particular debt must be taken by central government. That's our debate, that's our... But we are saying if we do that, unlike before, and the same case that we've raised, Member Msinga, unlike before, there must be conditions. And there are two conditions that we are putting if ESCOM has to scrap the debts in the township. The one condition is that those without prepaid system must agree to have prepaid system. So that those that can afford to pay must pay. That's our argument. And we are not saying scrap for sake of scrapping and nothing will happen after we've scrapped those particular. So that's the argument that we've put, Member Msimang, and I hope you will understand and accept it. And we are saying whoever can afford to play, Member Alberts, whether they are black or white or any other, if they can't afford to pay, we've got rules and regulations and laws in this country. Go and register to be an indigent, and if you have registered as an indigent and you can't afford, your debt must be scrapped as well. It's not based on race, it's not based on your location, it's not based on other things, it's based on economic dynamics that we find ourselves in. And any other person, therefore, that says that we are playing to the gallery on this particular matter, it's them that are playing to the gallery. Because that big debt of where ESCOM is not the poor. It's businesses that are not paying. It's the rich that are not paying. And that's the reason why ESCOM has that particular debt. When we plead for the poorest of the poor, who are unemployed, who are dead, who are the elderly, that please bear with them. You can't even recover anything from them because they are unemployed. We're accused of being populist. Because people, if they can't match debates, they will have to attack a tag next to your name to be relevant in the discussions and the debate. So that's where we are, and we are taking that matter in that particular fashion. On load shedding, Member Msimang, you will be surprised that the conference of the ANC has taken a resolution on this particular matter, that load shedding is poorly managed in our country. And then we believe that the ESCOM is badly managing this issue of load shedding. And we are the first one to accept that drastic changes must happen within the leadership of ESCOM for us to deal with the issue of load shedding. So they're not different. We agree that it's not properly managed. The capability, the talent of that particular leadership there is not assisting us. But because we are part of government and we've deposited our ideas, changes are starting to happen. The entire board of ESCOM was removed and a new board was put in place because of our voices, our noise, to change the leadership there. But we believe it's not enough. It must go further to the leadership of ESCOM so that all these particular issues can be attended to and be sorted out. So we are putting our own alternative mechanisms. We are speaking to the government of Finland. We are speaking to some institution in our country so that we can put alternative mechanism to the issue of energy challenges in our province. And when we have dealt with this proposal and many other things like green economy, waste to energy arrangements that we have, we will share with the people of our province so that we can make challenges of load shedding not to be there in the future. Member Ramli, sorry, I'm used to Member Ramli. Sorry, Member Ramli. I'm missing you, my good brother. Member Msimang, You never thought you will scrap e-tolls. Just be frank and accept that. You never thought you will scrap e-tolls. Instead of accepting the proposal that we've put on the table, you want to have this thing on the agenda time and again. Let me put it quite clear to you. E-tolls are gone. Accept that. They are gone. This form of tolling, it's gone. It will never come back. You accept that. We've got 30% that we want to fund, to raise. We've met with the Minister of Transport responsible for Sanral. We've met with the Minister of Finance. We've agreed on the basic principles. And the basic principles are as follows. These are national roads that we find them unfortunate in Gauteng. Not only the people of Gauteng should pay for them, all South Africans must pay for these roads. For them to be in Gauteng must not be a punishment for people of Gauteng. That's a very important principle. Secondly, we are of the view that two critical things need to happen. One, Sanral must open its books so that we understand if we say 30%, how much is that 30%? And now they've come out clear. They said that 30% is 12.5 billion rands. On the basis that we know it's 12.5 billion rands, we've put a value proposal as the Gauteng leadership on some of the taxes that can be utilized to settle that 30%. So for you, Memam Simang, that you don't know how we'll settle this 30%, it's not fair. We are saying the basis of the introduction of e-tolls was that a fuel levy will be introduced to settle that thing. That fuel levy must still be considered. And that can only be considered by national. Secondly, we have taxes that we can introduce in our province, including licenses and other related matters, betting or other related tax that we have. We also believe that if we own this particular land, we can put advertisement boards and other. So there are many things that we have put in place so that we can be in a position, to repay this. But we don't want to commit the same mistake people that introduced e-toll did by not consulting people of Gauteng. So whatever that we are going to do, don't rush us. We want to consult people of Gauteng, and people of Gauteng, if they feel this is the best way to settle this debt, will utilize that mechanism that they are advising us. And that's how we're going to do. But one point that you must not forget here, and we want this particular point to be emphasized, no single individual said they don't want to pay for the roads. The issue was the mechanism that was used, they were not consulted. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Use a mechanism that can be accessible to all. And we've got those proposals. We've got 22 countries that are surrounding Gauteng. If you have to come to Gauteng, you must go through these manual countries. And people have not been opposing to pay those manual countries. We're making a proposal to Sanral. Can't you add a certain amount in those countries? Because people are coming to Gauteng, they're going to use this particular road. So we've got proposals. But we want to share those proposals with the people of Gauteng so that the people of Gauteng can contribute to the development of this particular roads. So e-tolls are gone, Ntate Msimang. It's something that you can't believe, but believe it from now on. They are gone, and they will not come back so that we can sort out this particular agenda. Let me move to TSEPO 1 million. When we came in, we said TSEPO 1 million must be skills-based so that it provides the skill base of the future for our children, the young people. Because you can't replace education. If young people are educated, they are skilled. That's the only way that they will get better jobs. And we are migrating TSEPO 1 million from the Office of the Premier to the Department of Education. And I'm already happy that they've already advertised, if you check today's publications, for the recruitment of young people so that they can provide them with bursaries. That's the part that we are going to increase. Because if they are educated, studying at home, studying overseas, studying rare skills, we will be in a position to contribute to job creation within the sector of young people. and many other things that will help. So, TSEPO 1 million, they say youth plaque nowadays, they call it youth plaque. I must be relevant. They say youth plaque. It will plaque young people to opportunities. But the biggest base or foundation should be and should remain education, education, education. I think you know where I come from with education. I agree with you, Member Msimang, on the municipalities as employment agencies. I'll respond to that when I respond to Member Bloom. The problem that you use the word employment agencies because you are targeting the ANC. I'll give you a practical example later when I respond to Member Bloom on the issues that he has raised. I don't think I should waste time on Member Mkwevu. I think this debate is beyond his imagination. I don't think that we should. Member Msimang will come on crime. Don't rush us. You were the one that were making noise in this house that the budget to fight crime in this province is not enough. We've increased that budget. Actually, in the next MTF, you will see the budget that is going to be utilized to fight crime in our province. So the 6,000 people is not a replacement of the police, it's the supplement of the police. There are more 2,000 additional policemen that are in training now that are going to be brought in Gauteng. We are adding this 6,000 to patrol every ward, and they will have tools of trade, Member Msimang. They will have guns, not alarm system. They will have guns, and they will have all the necessary tools that we need them to have to fight crime. Each and every ward in the township, and I want to unpack that, each and every ward in the township, informal settlement and hostel will have a motor vehicle that will patrol that particular ward. That's the major intervention that we put, and it will come out of these 6,000 young people that we are recruiting. Others thought that we're making just a public statement as they accuse us to be populist. We are recruiting these 6,000 young people 3 weeks within office. 3 weeks within office. We are recruiting them. They are going to training now in December, January, February, and they'll come out of training in March so that they can swell the streets in our province and ensure that we have. We are also putting all the necessary resources. There must be no inch of Gauteng that must not be under the microscope of our CCTVs, because crime happens everywhere, and we must track that particular crime wherever it is. So we will deal with those things. We'll unpack the number of drones that we are going to issue and the number of equipment that we are going to utilize to fight crime. And we believe this is the mechanism that we need to. I can only share with you, Member Msimang, just the basic one that we are changing. We've commissioned CSIR to check if the number, because our number plates are compromised, good people. Number plates of our motor vehicles are compromised. Go in the middle of the seat, you'll find somebody just saying, I'm selling a number plate. So we are putting a new mechanism so that the new regime can kick in on the 1st of January next year. So this is an integrated approach in fighting crime in our province. And something that people have said it, that we need to do. Now that we are doing it, we have stolen the limelight from you. You have no excuse because we're using crime as a campaigning tool. Now that we have entered that space, you feel limited, and the only thing you can do is to ridicule us. On the Nyaupe farm, I'm glad, and I want to thank the 6,700 odd parents that raised their hand that their children are going through difficulties of drugs and they want government to assist. You can ridicule us. Reality is we risked a generation of young people being wiped off purely because they're using drugs called Nyaupe. We are rescuing those children so that their dreams can come back and be alive and their future can be restored. And those children are already in those rehabilitation centers. Others are already been trained in skills like solar installation, being electrician, and all other related matters. So this fight against drugs is a real fight. It's not a gimmick. And we want to thank those parents that have already brought their children so that their children can be assisted. The State Bank, Member Msimang, when we say we want to change townships, informal settlement, and hostels, we mean it. Our township must not remain the way they are. The look and feel of township must change. And one of the most important vehicles to do that, that is why all of you have got bond houses. It's not your houses. They're owned by the bank. But the banks are discriminatory. People from the township, regardless that we have given them title deed, no bank wants to fund those townships because they want those townships to remain the way they are. We are entering the space so that there is a developmental bank that will change the look and feel in our townships. Those 4-roomed houses must go. We must have proper houses that belong to our people. And if the ordinary commercial banks are not prepared to enter that space, we are ready to enter that space. We are already offering these services already. We are giving business people through the Gauteng Propeller money, through the Township Economic Development Act. We are also giving them money to the Partnership Fund, through GIFA. There are many bank-like services within the government. We want to bring them under one roof and use that financial muscle to develop our township, our informal settlement, and our hostels. And we are not apologetic about that. We are not apologetic about that. We want to change the look and feel of our townships. We want to change the look and feel of our informal settlement. All the malls are built on the basis of money of pension. We must tap in the money of our own pensions and develop our townships and our informal settlements and our hostels. If they don't want to invest in the township, we will lead as government. We will lead and invest in the township. We will lead and invest in the informal settlement. We will lead and invest in the hostels. And we are not apologetic to one. The one that wants to crush us is because they don't know there are some people, as we speak, they have to wait for darkness to set in for them to go to a bathroom. It must change that thing. It can't be forever. We can't have people ahead in first world and others in a third world so that we deal with these issues concretely and otherwise. Member Msimang, you'll be disappointed. You say there were SIA reports that were not released. When I arrived, I only got 4 reports, and I'm releasing them next week. There's an Anglo-Ashanti report of the hospital. I think Member Bloom spoke about that. I've just received a report about Tembisa Hospital corruption today. I'm studying it now. I'm going to release it, this report. There is a report about drivers' driving licenses, DLTCs. I'm releasing that report, and there is a report on the closure of Life SCT Main. These are the reports that are on my desk. Any other report, I don't know. But any SIU report that has been given to me, I will release it next week. Because there's no need to hold this particular report. So feel the other way. From Tembisa Hospital, Anglo-Ashanti, the hospital in Captain Park, Membanseche, the future. If there is something that you need to know about the leadership that is in now, we want to defeat uncertainty. There must be there must not be any uncertainty on anything of government. There must be no uncertainty. Whether we have taken a right decision or wrong, a decision will be taken. That you must know. That you must know. A decision will be taken. Don't be any uncertainty. That is why on e-talks we've taken a decision. There's no uncertainty. So we will take decisions where we are needed to take decisions. We'll rather suffer the consequences of those decisions. But there must be no thing that must be called uncertainty in this provincial government that we have the honor to lead. So, Member Msimang, you conclude strangely that what we are doing, we must forget because the DA is coming into power in 2024. Where's Musi Maimane? Gone. Where's the mayor of Midvaal Baloyi? Gone. Where is Member Kana from this house? gone. I can go on and on. A party that is losing members think they can take over in 2024. What a strange thing that I've ever seen. It's shocking. It's shocking. The leader of the DN Free State, gone. The leader of DN KZN, gone. The leader of every... Actually, you don't even trust each other. You don't know who's next to leave. They don't know who's next to leave. Ramulifo, almost. Soli, maybe. Yeah? And we are told here that these are the people that say they are ready for 2024. Try something different, good people. The only thing you can do successfully is to overtake the Freedom Front. Because you want to be a Freedom Front light. That's the only thing that you can do. And we wish you luck in that particular space. But don't threaten us. You are not Prophet Pushiri. You don't know what will happen in 2024. Or we are a Sangoma nowadays, I don't know. We really note that, but it's an ambitious program, and that particular ambitious program will defeat it as the ANC, and we are going to meet as the ANC, and we are coming back in this house in full force as the African National Congress. And any other person that have any view, you must know that that view will be defeated, and we don't agree to that particular view. Let me come to you, Member Alberts. Member Alberts, let me tell you, I stand for non-racialism. If you doubt that, it's your own doubt. And I know your party and other political parties, they use my name to fundraise. Lisufi, this. So you use me as a ho-ho, feel free. But let me tell you, you like it or not, non-racialism will never be defeated in this country. Any other person that believes their language and their tribe will succeed over all of us, they will never get that. Over my dead body, we stand for non-racialism, and that non-racialism will prosper in this particular country, and no one will defeat that. We don't take any decision on the basis of race mentality. We don't take any allocation of resources on the basis of race mentality. We take decision for the benefit of all South Africans. But we'll be naive to forget that there are some people that took a conscious decision to oppress us and undermine us and rate us as non-human beings. And those particular people have defeated them. They can try to reclaim those particular status. They'll never get it. Not when we are still alive. You might have oppressed our grandparents and succeeded. That was enough. You might have oppressed our parents and succeeded. That was enough. If you think you'll oppress us and oppress our children's children, forget it. We will defeat you. It ends there. It's something that you must know, that will take it. You really must know about that aspect. Member Bloom, you spoke about something called cadre deployment. I felt I should ask you, what is cadre deployment? So that you can unpack cadre deployment. But I want to give you a homework. I want to give you a homework on two aspects, on corruption and cadre deployment within your own party. And you must come back in the first meeting of this particular house and give me feedback. I don't want to say it's an allegation. I want you to go and do homework because you hate this thing called cadre deployment. Because you hate this thing called corruption. I'm requesting you, Member Bloom, go to Ekurhuleni and ask the mayor of Ekurhuleni whether she knows somebody by the name of Michelle Clark and her sister called Kim Clark. Kim Clark and Michelle Clark, these are a daughter of the mayor's sister and is employed in the office of the mayor in Ekurhuleni. This is the sister and the daughter of the mayor there. just ask them who is Michelle Clark, and further ask who is Kim Clark and what is their role in the office of the mayor in Ekurhuleni. And come back here in the first, if you are against cater deployment, I've given you the lead, demonstrate. And go and check as well. When the people of Tembisa went on the uprising requesting the mayor to come to Tembisa, what did the mayor of the DA did? She took her daughter twice to overseas using the resources of the municipality, saying a family is not safe. They went to the USA. They went to the USA. They went to the USA, say they're not safe here. So what it means that every time Togoza raises an issue, the family of the mayor must be shipped out overseas because they're not happy here. So I want Member Bloom, you are against cater deployment, you are against corruption. Can you go and check this allegation on my behalf and bring them back in this house? Then we can debate cater deployment. Thank you so much, Chair of Chair. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Premier. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature report on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Tate Macheke.
Hey, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm still shocked. But let me proceed and do what Member Dlamini, Chairperson Dlamini had requested me to do in order to present the annual report of the Office of the Premier for 2021-2022 financial year. In terms of non-financial performance, the Office of the Premier achieved 56 out of the 66 adjusted targets and 10 were not achieved. Program 1, Administration, achieved 6 out of the 9 planned targets. Program 2, Institutional Development, recorded 20 as opposed to 25 planned targets. And Program 3, Policy and Governance, achieved 30 of 32 planned targets. The overall achievement of targets as per 2021-2022 annual performance plan resulted to 91%. In terms of financial performance, the committee knows that out of the adjusted annual appropriation of 867 million from the original allocation of 714 million, the Office of the Premier spent 685 million for the implementation of the plan targets as reflected in the approved annual performance plan for 2021-2022 financial year. The actual expenditure reflected 79% of the annual budget and underspending of 181 million, which is 21% of the annual budget allocation. However, the committee commends the Office of the Premier for the achievement of the unqualified audit with no material findings for the past 5 consecutive years, meaning 5 clean audits in the past 5 financial years. In relation to financial statements and reliability of information provided, the committee knows that the matter of emphasis in the audit findings was in relation to 181 million, of which 127 million was due to transfers of subsidies to Life SCD. In terms of committee concerns and recommendation, there's only one. The Office of the Premier recorded 0 as opposed to the targeted 1 annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Government Compliance Risk Assessment on ethics and anti-corruption legislation and policy prescribed in the period under review. Therefore, the committee recommends the following Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Office of the Premier to provide a report on measures put in place to mitigate the underperformance where the Office of the Premier recorded 0 as opposed to the targeted annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Government Compliance Risk Assessment on ethics and anti-corruption legislation policies prescribed in the period under review. The report should highlight the impact of this underperformance on the service delivery goals, and this should be responded to by Friday, the 10th of February 2023. In terms of acknowledgement, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Chair of the committee to thank the Office of the Premier under the leadership of Premier Makura, as well as the Acting Director General, Mr. Mbada, and the team of senior officials. My special thanks on behalf of the Chair to all members of the OCPOL committee and the support staff of the committee. On adoption in accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for their adoption. I thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Let's get a seconder, Memkheti.
I rise to second.
Thank you very much. I rise to second.
Member Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Mkheti, for seconding. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
And Tate Ramolefu.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me start by congratulating the Gauteng MEC for Education, Matume Shilwane. No, not Panyas. At least you are not a stranger. You have clear understanding of the challenges in the sector. I worked very well with the former MEC Panyaza Lesufi, who is now the Premier. He was responsive, he answered his phone, responded to messages, and was prepared to engage. He shared his vision with the DA. He was always open to new ideas, and we built a great working relationship. This was cascaded to department officials who also did the same. But just after a month, when he left the department, things changed so quickly, or maybe it's still too early to judge. The DA's focus is to put learners and teachers on top of the agenda. This will ensure the provision for South Africans meaningful access to world-class education environment in which learners and teachers can perform at their best. Despite that many young people live in poverty, we want to see Gauteng learners excelling in their academic performance, showcasing their natural talent in sports and cultural activities. We believe with the highest regard, the education must be a solution to open opportunities for the young generation. This department has one huge responsibility to prepare our children for the future. So it means they must be taught meaningful skills to ensure that they create more opportunities and benefit from those opportunities. To prepare our children for the future, the department must ensure that teaching and learning environment is conducive. This means that no child must be taught in asbestos schools and in dilapidated mobile classrooms. Let me mention a few projects that started as early as 2018 and are still not yet complete, despite that their contracts are terminated. Nancy Field Primary School, Rastefal Secondary, Kwadedangendlale Secondary, Tubelise Intermediary School, Maibuye Primary School, Hillcrest Primary School, Mukhobeng Primary Schools, and others. When I investigated the status quo of these projects, there are no service providers appointed. It means the provincial government is continuing to deny learners opportunity to be taught in a conducive environment. The government is standing in the way instead of facilitating creativity and innovation in our schools. These are areas where schools are built with inappropriate materials. They lack facilities essential for teaching and learning. The classrooms are overcrowded and teachers are battling to deliver quality teaching because of the poor environment. This only leaves schools like Oakdale Secondary, Randfontein Secondary, Lowly Secondary, Finetown Secondary, George Ratebe, and the list goes on, not benefiting anytime soon as the backlog is increasing. There are so many professional and competent service providers at our disposal. However, the question is, why does the government continue doing business with these shoddy contractors who keep failing to honor their contractual obligation? Why is there no consequence management for officials who award incompetent contractors? Why are dodgy service providers not blacklisted so they cannot do business with government anymore? Adding on to the challenges faced by our schools, safety is a big problem. Our schools are not safe. There is vandalism of school infrastructure, theft of school equipment, bullying, assault cases at 29.8%, violence, corporal punishment, sexual misconduct at 10.1%, improper conduct at 30%, substance abuse, and teenage pregnancies. In return, this creates a huge litigation bill. The Auditor General could not even quantify. The above challenges contribute to high dropout rate. It cannot be right that 40% of learners drop out of school before grade 12. Only 4% of 18 years old attend technical and vocational education training colleges. This is the reason why 51.1% of unemployed have education level below matric, while 38.5% of unemployed have only matric. The department must begin to reprioritize such matters. The agency deployed by the department when they spend 432 million on the decontamination of schools is what we need right now. Fighting corruption must be amongst the top priorities. According to Auditor General, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 811,842,000, as disclosed in Note 23.1 and 23.2 to the annual financial statements. The accounting officer did not adequately exercise oversight over financial reporting and compliance with the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations. The department did not utilize the funds allocated for disinfection of education facilities after COVID-19 cases were reported economically when paying for the service rendered. The prices paid were excessive. The DA is challenging the MEC to make the investigation report public now. We heard the Premier saying he's prepared to make all ICIO reports public, so take the lead too, based on the information which was shared with the Auditor General. The Auditor General has indicated that there are several investigations based on allegations of procurement irregularities and financial misconduct at 5.2%. Here is where the Gauteng City Region Academy features in. MEC Shilwane, you must act against the CEO for irregularities involving appointment of Mr. Y, removing functions and budgets from managers and centralizing them in her office. The appointment of company called Tinikele, the appointment of Data SP to develop an online bursary platform and providing a structured platform to migrate bursary information from hard copy to digital. Imagine companies claiming to have developed bursary and learnership policies, getting paid while you cannot find such policies. The head of department was advised to open criminal cases and inform the MEC, Treasury, and Auditor General. The DA is demanding for consequences management to be implemented against all officials involved. However, achieving this will require rejuvenated determination. I'm not sure if you will be able to be brave and bold to confront those who were involved in all irregularities and misconduct. Currently, thousands of learners have not been allocated school for 2023 academic year. The department has put huge pressure on parents. They will not enjoy their festive holidays as they are not certain whether their children will be placed before schools open in January 2023. I've on countless occasions demanded that the department must open the online admission as early as April to ensure that there is proper placement and resource allocation and guarantee parental choice. Those who have applied on time should be allocated spaces closer to where they stay or where their siblings are enrolled. There are many schools which are prepared to take more learners on the condition that you provide necessary resources to not empty promises like what the department did to Randval Primary School and other schools last year. The DA is encouraged with the focus of schools of specialization. It will be highly appreciated to diversify this approach so many learners are afforded the opportunity to make the right choices. We are urging the MEC to ensure that all funded vacancies are filled. Going forward, we want the department to focus on ensuring that teaching and learning are taking place in a conducive environment. We want to see consequence management implemented against wrongdoers. All schools must have facilities like your science laboratory, your computer laboratory, your libraries, and different sporting codes. Not what we have observed lately where all these specialized classrooms are now converted into your normal classrooms. So we want to see new MEC coming up with new challenge,
focusing on what needs to be done to ensure that learning and teaching environment is conducive. That's the new challenge to the MEC, and we are looking forward to seeing that you are implementing all what we are proposing now going forward, so that indeed Gauteng learners are benefiting from an environment which makes their life much easier to be creative and to be innovative. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Mkwebo. Mkwebo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Continue, you are audible.
Yes, okay. I wanted you to say that because the Premier is already addressed that they are going to deal with the issue of backlog. Let's hope so in this province. It will happen. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Economic Freedom Fighters is concerned that the department has been underspending when measured over the 5-year budget cycle. Program 1 to 7 underspend their budget collectively, and this impacts to our learners not to get the classrooms as is expected. And this cause our kids, more especially in the township schools, when we do oversight as the EFF leaders or as the EFF members who are deployed in the legislature. I normally lead them and go to the township schools. We find our kids being packed in class whereby the ratio is not applicable. So, and it's really disturbing to debate today and find that the department has underspending. But the concern which we normally raise, which we want the MEC to deal with it, with this department, is the issue of infrastructure. Even though the question always being responded to us to say infrastructure is done by DID, but we don't find joy in that response because they take a collective leadership. They must all be responsible. It's a matter of MEC of Education to communicate with this MEC of Infrastructure and Human Settlement to make sure that our people get schools, because this backlog in these administrations, we are not even yet built schools. We are still dealing with the schools of previous administrations. So this Department of Infrastructure is costing us, and the department must make sure that they deal with them and expose them to us so that they can account in the places where they should account. We want to thank the Department of Education to implement the policy of the EFF on early childhood development. We said this in 2014. They were making a noise in the House, but now we know because we have got the giraffe view, they always follow on the policies which we are saying. But we'll observe this ECD implementation. It's a good thing, but the concern which we are raising, MEC and the department, is the shortage of staff and train of teachers of these people who must teach these people. It's a good initiative, but needs people who are going to be dedicated. We remain considering that Gauteng has a lot of people who come to this province. The Department of Education must make sure that they have the capacity to make sure that these people are included in the system. Overcrowding remains a critical issue that this department chooses to ignore at the public schooling system. This is evidenced by how still in 2022 schools like Elsingidi Primary School in Shawelo, Soweto, this is one of the schools which I visited myself and saw the windows, you saw the doors, the kids are sitting even in a the crates inside the classroom because there is shortage of school furnitures. The principal there, I engaged him. He said the emails are sent to the district, emails are sent to the HOD in the province, but this is not resolved. It is a matter of concern which must be resolved in urgent basis. Safety in our schools is a concern, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As the EFF, we are saying let's concentrate in our township schools more because the bullying and gangsterism is very high, more especially the side of Fine Town in Johannesburg, whereby our school kids, they're even afraid to go to the school. Even the area itself is very volatile for our learners to participate in the schooling system. It's a concern because this is our future leaders, which as a department and as a province, we must take care of. The child's experience of education in this province is still very much dependent on where they are born, how wealthy they are, and the color of their skin. Of the schools of the EFF sampled conducting a study using a sample size of 12 no-fee public schools in Gauteng, 48% of participants said no schools has been renovated in the last 20 years. When measures against minimum norms and standards of school infrastructure, we have noted that many of these shortcomings identified are the breach of the legal binding regulations. So we must make sure that we protect our people and do what the Constitution is saying on us as expected as public representatives. This department has failed to improve our child's conditions as during the 2021 academic year grades are to grade 12, were only taught a trimmed curriculum using rotational learning and revised assessment practices, with many have little to no access to online and remote learning. What we are trying to say here as the EFF is to say the department must use the coronavirus as a tool which made them to be aware that conditions can change anytime. And when conditions change, they must be ready and have infrastructure which will make sure that our kids who are from disadvantaged areas or disadvantaged families, they are not having a problem accessing learning. The issue of transport, school nutrition is still a concern in our province. We need to speak about this because our small business enterprise are crying to us as the EFF to say, business which we sustained our kids, which we raised our kids and provide for our families, have been taken away by this Department of Education, whereby they go and get buses to our province to transport our learners from Durban, KZN. What a shame to this department. And those people who have been doing the business with the department, they are sitting home with buses. What pains me more is an elder Ntate Sam. He stays in Katlehong. He had 2 buses, now they're staying in his house. There's nothing he's going to do. He's not going to get anything. But the contract which he has with the Department of Education terminated, but people are going to benefit is the people who are not residing in our province. So the question one asks is, why are we subjected to this and our people suffering like this with a department which doesn't care of its own residents, the residents which are paying tax, which are making that we have got revenue as a province? Deputy Chair of Chairs, the conditions of infrastructure in many schools is still appalling, and delays in infrastructure improvement remain a major obstacle to realization of right to education for millions of learners. This department remains disgraceful and has inability to implement school safety programs to address escalation of violence in and around schools and even ensure that all teaching and learning occurs in a safe space with all health and security protocols. We are concerned as the EFF to say schools which are supposed to be finished are not finished, but money, MEC, money officials are pumping. There is a school called Maibuye School. I fail, school. Every year there's money being pumped to the same school. Officials, they're even breaking, telling us to say, it means that they are comfortable stealing for our own people who are supposed to benefit in their own province. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Are you cut off?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Ntati Mkwebo. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. First of all, I wish to congratulate MEC Chilwani with his appointment as MEC. You were an effective and fair chairperson of the Education Committee, and I look forward to working with you as MEC. I am sure that our joint frustrations we have experienced in the committee can now be addressed under your new leadership. One of our shared frustrations since I joined this committee has been the infrastructure backlog that impacts on access to schools. We are in agreement that Gauteng Province experiences an unprecedented influx of new families every year, with a concomitant need for the placement of new learners in public schools. In the end, we cannot resolve this challenge without building new infrastructure as quickly as possible. Adding new classrooms does alleviate the problem, but this is only a short-term measure. The permanent solution lies in moving all build projects from the Department of Infrastructure Development to the Education Committee. Lastly, we want to ensure you that we will work with you to eradicate all unacceptable conduct from schools, from bullying to racism. That also means when an incident takes place, that we must allow the investigation to take its course without casting aspersions beforehand. This did not take place in the case of the Jan Viljoen Hoërskool incident, which resulted in a white learner wrongly accused of racism and his family having to flee Randfontein for their safety. The erstwhile MEC Premier Lesofie indicated that we can have access to the independent report on the matter, but we are having trouble accessing it despite numerous queries to the department. We understand it has not even been given to the Human Rights Commission either, who is investigating this matter. We therefore request your intervention in accessing this report. Lastly, we are glad to start a new year under your leadership, MEC Giuliani. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Dos Santos.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Firstly, I would like to thank the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for affording me the opportunity to study further. I completed my final year exams and I should receive my grades in the next week or two. It has been a stressful 3 years, but I have been blessed with this opportunity by this legislature, for which I'm eternally grateful. So thank you to the legislature. I would also like to congratulate Premier Lesofie, MEC Sholwane, and Chairperson Mpisi on their new appointments. Deputy Chair of Chairs, education is a means of providing people with the ability to break down barriers to better opportunities. Our democratic South Africa inherited an education system that was unequal, unjust, and just plain detestable. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa protects the rights to education in Section 29. It is through quality education that citizens can improve their quality of life. It gives individuals the ability to contribute to the economy, but most importantly, to provide for themselves and their loved ones. In saying this, SA can have one of the best education systems in the world, but when the environment is not conducive to job seekers and entrepreneurs, having a matric or even a master's degree will not help when we have a shrinking economy. Matriculants are currently writing their final exams and we wish them the best of luck for the remaining exams. Sadly, those bright young minds are facing a bleak future. It is estimated that close to 250,000 graduates enter the labour market each year, with only an estimated 30%, which is 75,000 graduates, finding work. When one takes this figure compared to the number of matriculants, only roughly 31% of matriculants will enter public or private tertiary education institutions. What is needed, Deputy Chair of Chairs, is the improvement of the education system. The DA believes by increasing the pass rate for the National Senior Certificate, one will see the true pass rate. We do not believe that official pass rates are accurate because it also does not take into consideration the number of school dropouts. The Gauteng Department of Education is making good progress to improve education in our province. The GDE has made good strides in the transitioning of the ECD function from social development, the rollout of ICT, and e-learning to full ICT schools. And this year, the GDE unveiled the 28th School of Specialization. In a country where opportunities are scarce, as mentioned earlier, schools of specialization, in my opinion, will afford learners the opportunity to learn skills to find work and start their own businesses. This is a step in the right direction, and I trust that MEC Chulwane will continue to push this in his new role. The financial year in discussion was hampered by COVID-19, more so in the previous year, but there was still disruptions and there was a knock-on effect from the previous year. There was over 811 million rand in irregular expenditure, albeit caused due to prior year non-compliance, concerning contract management and procurement. Whilst many contractors were rewarded handsomely for their sanitizing of schools, there are several that have done work but have not been paid. Their pleas have gone into a black hole, and with 2022 almost over, they will have another year without compensation that is due to them. These contractors don't want to send more or less. They just want to be paid for work that they have carried out, and they are not interested that contracts were issued via WhatsApp by the department. While some suffer, others seem to have gotten scot-free. I've mentioned in the past I do believe in giving credit where it is due. In Programme 3, the department opened 3 new schools, special schools, and spent 100% of its budget allocation. In Programme 4, a budget of 4.1 billion was allocated, while actual expenditure amounted to 3.9 billion, or 96.2%, resulting in an under-expenditure amounting to 153.1 million. The underspending in this program was in current payments because of personnel spending that was lower than expected. In Programme 5, a budget of 1.34 billion was allocated and 1.32 billion was spent, or 98.3%. This under-expenditure of 21.9 million was about current payments and payments for capital assets. The department does well in budget expenditure, I do admit. However, there are concerns that one cannot ignore. The high irregular expenditure is concerning, especially when there seems to be little consequence management. The number of IC2 schools is promising, but when learners can't properly use their tablets or a school does not have connectivity, it leaves much to be desired. The number of sexual misconduct cases and cases of bullying is also worrisome. We must ensure that our schools are safe havens for our children. Parents must know that taking their children to school means that they are safe from all harm. We must also ensure that school management and quality of teaching are regularly reviewed and promote good teacher and learner performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Macheke.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, especially our brand new MEC, Matume Chilwane, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, all presiding officers, chairpersons of committees, honorable members, and the people of Gauteng. It gives me a great pleasure to debate the annual report of Department of Education. However, before I proceed, I'm attempted, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to respond to Member Mukwebo. But I will allow the MEC to respond to the debate. However, I want to say to Member Mukwebo, I think it's important that Member Mukwebo must be reminded by Amilcar Cabral when he said, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories." I think Member Mukwebo is not honest when he is indicating the achievements of the department. However, Deputy Chair of Chairs, let me focus on my speech so that I allow MEC Chilwane to respond to the debate. In 2006, a great scholar by the name of Harry Bridgehouse asked a very pertinent question when he asked, and I quote, "What is education for? Should it produce workers or educate future citizens?" In response to these questions, he argues that children share 4 fundamental interests. 1, the ability to make their own judgment about what values to adopt. 2, acquiring the skills that will enable them to become economically self-sufficient as adults. 3, being exposed to a range of activities and experiences that will enable them to flourish in their personal lives. And 4, developing a sense of justice. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I think the ANC-led government under former Premier Makura was guided by Harry Bridgehouse when in 2021 during the State of the Province address emphasized the following issues: invest in early childhood development, focusing on improving literacy and numeracy in the foundation phase, and further empower learners with portable skills in all high schools grades. Implement the National Integrated Assessment Framework, which will ensure rigorous assessment of all primary schools. Strengthening and improving the performance of primary education in Gauteng. delivering quality education that equips children with skills for the future, increase the number of schools of specialization from 17 to 35, build new schools for learners with special educational needs at a rate higher. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I think even those that make it their passion to criticize the ANC-led government in everything we do, they do agree when sitting in the opposite side of this House that this department is unmatched when it comes to prioritizing educating children, especially an education of a black child. The implementation of schools of specialization was indeed in response to making sure that not only does this ANC-led department prioritize the academic side of schooling, but further making sure that they are skilled for the job market upon completion of their schooling. Not only does the ANC-led provincial government focus on educating and skilling children, but further prioritizes children with special needs. Deputy Chair of Chairs, just to emphasize, so that tomorrow Bomabina Khotsolwa mustn't say ANC-led Gauteng government lied like they do in the Western Cape when they only prioritize predominantly white areas. During the year under review, 3 special schools were opened, namely Dilopie, Isizwe Sechaba, and Dr. Mary Malahlela, in an effort to increase access in special schools and ensure that all required services and equipment were available to accommodate learners experiencing barriers to learning and development. The integration of standard operating procedure and special schools guidelines documents were developed for all special schools to ensure that learners with barriers to learning and development were supported and safely accommodated. Guidance was also provided to districts to ensure processes to support learners with barriers to learning and development were put in place. The ANC-led department further provided mobile classrooms for ECD sector, which were of acceptable standards and in line with applicable legislation, as well as adapted to cater for young children. New and additional classrooms built included those in replacement schools. If anyone from that side can argue with such facts, one must just conclude that maybe we need to increase the scope of work of MEC of Health to further look closely on issues of mental health, especially for Bomabina Khotsolwa on the other side. Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is a known fact that education is one of the greatest equalizer that also transforms societies within many benefits that it offers. For instance, statistics show that societies with higher rates of higher school completion and levels of education tend to be healthier, have higher rates of economic stability, lower crime, and greater equality. It has numerous impacts on society, from raising the quality of life to creating conditions conducive to the development of talented individuals capable of changing society. The importance of education in society lies in the fact that it creates opportunities for acquiring knowledge and skills that are literally changing the world. Deputy Chair of Chairs, before I substantiate my submission above with actual facts and figures, it is important to deposit here that the ANC government is very alive to the fact that for education to achieve the desired results, the legislative and policy environment need to be conducive and preemptively pave the way. For context, it is important to note that the National Education Policy Act of Act 27 of 1996, which brought into law the policies and legislative monitoring responsibilities to us as lawmakers, as well as the formal relations between national and provincial authorities. In our everyday operations, the South African Schools Act of 1996 is aimed at ensuring that all learners have access to quality education without discrimination. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there is one party here in the legislature that thinks the transformational agenda of the ANC-led government is meant to erase their existence, especially as it relates to admission policies of the department. And we want to inform them that whether they like it or not, whether they take the department to court or not, the admission policies of integrating children in schooling shall remain, and gone are the days where we will have schools reserved for a particular race only. This ANC-led department will adhere to the constitutional imperative as outlined in the Act that makes schooling compulsory for children aged 7 to 15 years, unlike the past laws. Further, the Act provides for two types of schools, namely independent and public schools. The provision in the Act for democratic school governance through school governing bodies and has been implemented in public schools province-wide. The school funding norms outlined in SASSA of 1996 prioritize redress and target poverty regarding the allocation of funds for the public schooling system. The SASSA of 1996 was amended by the Education Laws Amendment Act 2005, which authorizes the declaration of schools in the poverty-stricken areas as no-fee schools. The Education White Paper on Early Childhood Development of 2000 provides for the expansion and full participation of 5-year-olds in preschool grade R, while the Umalusi Council still sets and monitors standards for our school-leaving matriculants in general. Deputy Chair of Chairs, using these policies provisions as a contextual guideline, it is our submission today that the ANC government has made a significant impact in the lives of ordinary citizens in the communities via the delivery of education outcomes. Deputy Chair of Chairs, let it be recorded here that the department achieved 28 out of 32 indicators, an achievement of 87% of the target. Amongst others, this includes the following: the introduction of SSIP online broadcast learning as part of the Learning Recovery Program, the adoption and implementation of a multi-year curriculum recovery plan developed as part of curriculum risk-adjusted strategy for learning losses, the rolling out of the teacher vaccination program, successful school governing body election, amongst others, successful partnerships and projects to support curriculum delivery, such as those that Umpakati development and training in plumbing, Pagama research, development in welding and metalwork, Embarcadero and University of Johannesburg for IT, amongst others. The universalization of grade R continued as the department continues with annual survey to manage learner enrollment in this sector, specifically within public, primary, and independent schools. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we have come a long way from a matric pass rate of 53% in 1995, 68% in 2010, to the current 76.4% average, of which Gauteng contribution was above average of 80%. By the way, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to many, Gauteng remains #1 province when it comes to matric pass rate when looking at the number of learners per province. In the words of Rosa Parks, and she said, I quote, "You must never be fearful about what you are doing when it is right. What really matters is not whether we have problems, but what we go through them. We must keep going to make it through whatever we are facing," close quote. This is regardless of the challenges that we are facing. The department equitable share was not fully spent, which shows an expenditure of 99.2% with 467,496,000 under expenditure, indicating an underspent, underline this, Deputy Chair of Chairs, an underspent of 0.8%. You can go and compare to many other provinces and compare the budget allocation of this particular department. It's a huge achievement. The 2021-2022 financial year under expenditure further shows that the department has reduced its high under expenditure, which was a major feature of the department's spending for the 3 consecutive years. The current under expenditure is contributed to several challenges that the department faced, such as increased learner migration, which put a strain on the optimal utilization of the allocated budget. However, we must indicate that the department still achieved an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General's Office, which is no mean feat, especially with such a huge equitable share and responsibility. Additionally, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department also provided scholar transport to 169,707 learners in 15 districts, and 101,640,841 learners were provided with access to school nutrition program, while continuing to provide support to public primary schools in the form of provision of training to educators, provision of coaches to schools, provisions of workbooks and other learner-teacher support materials, amongst many others. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we also acknowledge that in spite of all the good work done, more still to be done to improve learners' academic performance in terms of literacy and mathematics in the foundation phase and senior phase. School infrastructure and school sport in some of the public ordinary schools also remain a challenge. We do all this pursuing the promise of a better life for all with vigor, knowing that we do not answer ourselves but our principles. Amilcar Cabral's words are instructive in this regard, and I quote, he said, "We must act if we answer to and only answer to our ancestors who went before us, our children and the unborn," close quote. In pursuit of all these goals, Deputy Chair of Chairs, we will not forget the priorities, targets, and programs articulated in the National Development Plan 2030 for the education sector. We will build on its successes in attaining the Millennium Development Goals for success, participation, and gender equity, keeping in mind the emphasis on quality of schooling, outcomes, and better preparation for young people for the life and work opportunities after they leave school. To this end, the National Department of Basic Education has developed 3 streams of curricula: academic, vocational, and technical, which address the diverse needs of young people for learning and development in all schools. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the father of modern-day Kenya, President Jomo Kenyatta, said our children may learn about heroes of the past, but our task is to make ourselves architects of the future. 40 as Jiki, 40 we are unapologetic and extremely resolute. Ke a leboga, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Chilwani, respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Before I start, let me begin by greeting all honored members in the legislature, greeting the Premier, members of the EXCO, and the people of Gauteng at large. Chair of Chairs, George Orwell once said, open quote, "In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." I'm starting this way, Chair of Chairs, to support what Honorable Matseke said in assisting to respond to some of the members in the legislature who try to cast a doubt on the work of the department with regard to delivering quality education for all. I'll start by Manuel Mukwebo to say sometimes to read, it really helps. Because if you don't read, you might miss the true contents that you need to outline. So as he was articulating their position, I realized that the honourable member really has not read much of the reports that we give in the legislature as a department and give feedback. So it's important that you read. It will assist as you articulate. And really, I really want to caution honourable members as well in the opposition benches that, you know, there's a closer saying, to speak about specific service providers makes us wonder, or makes me wonder, that what is the interest there? Because we're in a democratic state, we're not in a federal government, and anyone who's able and capable of executing functions is given an opportunity. So Honorable Mukwebo spoke to specific individuals. So I thought, what is the direct interest there? However, it's noted. Honorable Mlifo, I agree with you. There are some areas that we must quickly address. But most of the time, there is nothing wrong when you are in the opposition to give credit where it is due, as you have said. And also, it's important that obviously we continue to have that open and frank engagement on issues that concerning the department or the sector, because as public reps, we need to find each other in resolving, coming up with solutions to the problems that will be facing the sector. The issue of infrastructure and incomplete project, it's high on the agenda, and it's something that we currently is working on very strongly. We have noted that there are some schools that have been ongoing projects for quite some time. However, I would not want to say to the people of Gauteng that these schools are not going to be open. These schools will be concluded. In fact, we are opening up a new school in the new year, in the 11th of January. We will be opening up a new school, as we've been doing as custom for the past couple of years. So we'll continue to show that there is work with regard to infrastructure rollout. We are not stagnant. We're doing a lot of work. Yes, the pace of it is something that we agree with, that perhaps maybe there needs to be a greater move, experience in delivering this infrastructure. And that's precisely because Gauteng is dealing with a lot of in-migration. The pace on which we are building is not enough to deal with the number of in-migration that we get. That's why you find that obviously there are also pressures with the placement, because we are not dealing with only grade 8s, for instance, that are grade 7s currently who are in Gauteng. We are also dealing with grade 7s who are also from our neighboring provinces coming into Gauteng. And that's because we are victims of our own success. We've been doing such a great job that every single parents all over the country, they want to bring their children to Gauteng to get better, because they do know that we do provide amongst the best form of education. So it's not necessarily an issue of incompetency, but it's actually an issue of the great work that the department has been doing for the number of years. And it's shown by that. School safety, we must not present the situation of safety in our school as if our schools are war zones. It's not true. There are incidences, of course, the media would escalate 1 or 2 incidences, and yourself then would obviously want to ride on it. It's not true. Our schools are very safe. Millions of our learners are going to schools. Hundreds, thousands of our educators are going to school every day. There is no such a thing where you are presenting that it's a war zone. There's no safety, and in fact, school safety it's a comprehensive and integrated approach. It requires everyone, not only the department alone. And in some instances, some schools have managed in the community at large to ensure that they keep our schools very safe. And this has got nothing to do with township schools, because the assumption is that, as Member Mukwebo spoken and said that it's in township schools. No, there are schools in the township. There's a school in Katlehong. One of the schools of specialization is in the heart of Katlehong. It has never been vandalized. So it shows that the integrated approach for safety and guarding our schools, it requires not only the department, but also the community. And in some instances, the community has been at the center of ensuring that they defend the schools. And so it's not a township issue. That's what I wanted to just amplify, that there are isolated incidences, 1 or 2, but majority, over 99% of our schools are functioning very well. They have no really problems. However, there are obviously social issues of bullying, etc. Those are issues that are dealt internally in schools, and we have policies in place to really ensure that if such incidences occur, the school knows what to do. So with regard to vacancies, of course, it's an issue of concern. We have reported in the committee about this, and in the next financial year, we will be closing we'll be closing up to 4,000 vacancies immediately. Posts will be filled. So it's something that we're working on, and you'll be able to report about it going forward. But it's highlighted, and we have noted the concern thereof. So with regard to learner placement, Honorable Ramulifi, currently we have districts that we will place all learners. That is what we guaranteed. Perhaps maybe the pace, we might have missed the deadline a bit, but however, by that time, we had placed over 90% of those who had applied, those who had qualified to apply. So it's just a fraction, and in the next couple of days, we would have done the placement, we would have concluded with the placement of the outstanding number of learners. So there will be no parent that will be during this festive enjoying Christmas, not knowing where their child is placed. All the parents will know where their child are going to. By that time, on the 24th or 25th of December, the parents would have bought uniform. On the 11th of January, every single learner will have a desk, a chair, tools of trade, as well as an educator and a classroom. So that's what we are guaranteeing as a department going forward. So this aspiration that one is trying to create, that we will there will be learners who will not be placed. It's far from the truth. In fact, we are confident that we would have placed them in the next week or so. So we'll be done with the placement issue. Obviously, some of the issue that Honorable Matek has spoken to, the issue of some schools. We need to be very clear, Honorable Albert. We need to be able to agree here. There is no such a thing as called a white school in our country, especially in our province. And there we are not apologetic. We do have schools that there are SGBs who are hell-bent to ensure that inclusion and social cohesion should not be allowed. And there are certain areas, and you know those schools. Already now, as we speak, we know that those SGBs are already threatening to go to court, or most probably they will go to court, to ensure that they preserve a particular language in the school. And that goes against the very core principles of our democracy, or our Rainbow Nation in particular, which are underpinned by social cohesion, where our children should be able to live and play together. And in that regard, we will not stop until we ensure that all our children are able to enter those schools, and we are able to increase the number of language offering to ensure that there's greater social cohesion. And that will also, Honorable Ramulifi and Honorable Santos and Alberts, open up more spaces for more of our learners to be placed. So we will be ensuring that we open up those schools. We will be placing infrastructure, assisting those schools to also continue to have infrastructure in place to accommodate more learners. So with that said, Chair of Chairs, I want to begin to go to my speech. Firstly, to say I'm pleased to table the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2021-22 financial year. The financial year marked the midpoint of the sixth administration. Our vision for this administration continues to include the priorities for education as articulated in the NDP 2030, in the provincial plan, Growing Gauteng Together, the GGT 2030, as contained in the department's 5-year strategic plan, as well as the 2021 annual performance plan. We had over the years put in place all the necessary measures to improve access to schooling, including removing all barriers to access. It is for this reason that Gauteng continues to be the education system of choice for many households in search of a better life. Our focus on education during the sixth administration has shifted towards providing quality education for all. We committed to focusing on the quality of learning and teaching, consequently improving educational outcomes for every Gauteng learner. through our decisive interventions such as schools of specialization, technical high schools, and e-learning curriculum, just to mention a few. We have also committed to improving the education landscape through enhanced school governance, redress of past imbalances, and a more equitable distribution of educational resources across the system. Our achievements in the year is a testament to the strides we have made in making this vision a reality. Our province is evidence that investment in education yields the best interest. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in the academic year, the COVID-19 pandemic, which continued to ravage the province, the country, and the world, has also severely impacted on the education sector. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic on schooling and office operation in the year was largely felt throughout the 2021-22 financial year. Nevertheless, we knew that we would have to embrace ourselves and contain the spread within our schools. Today, we can confidently say we have thus far been successful with the support of our parent community, our educators, our learners, and all education stakeholders. If I may reflect on the transformation of education since 1994, I cannot but revel at just how the provincial education sector is maturing into a resilient and adaptable system. The COVID-19 has shown how schools and all stakeholders were able to adjust to the new normal, rapidly shutting down the systems where need arose, preparing the system for resumption of classes, adjusting to social distancing, implementing staggered or rotational schooling. We have seen schools innovate online learning and those without technology reaching out with paper-based remote learning content and assessment tasks. This is despite the naysayers saying the system will collapse and that there will be uncontrolled transmission in our school. All members, it is against this backdrop that I'm proud to table this annual report of the Department of Education for 2021-22. In the annual report is a summary of our achievement in the year.
MEC, in conclusion.
Yes, that's fine. Okay, I'll be quick. We have set priorities. I think I lost track of time. There are set of priorities that we have elevated as per the request of the Premier. We have the first elevated priority is the priority 1, is improving our grade 12 results, measuring progress and educational outcome. Priority 2, modernizing, investing in school infrastructure and online admission. Priority 3, schools of specialization, investing in the skills of the future. Priority 4, integration and incorporation of wellness program rehabilitation of children in conflict with the law into the education system. Priority 5, repositioning the Gauteng city region, which will focus primarily on youth development. As you know that the Premier has outlined that there will be a shift of 1 million in other youth development initiatives in the province to the department. So priority 5 will be focusing on that. In conclusion, to appreciate the sterling work done by the department to get an overall unqualified audit opinion, and also also obtained for the financial year under review, inclusive of a clean audit on performance information, and further to appreciate the leadership and guidance of our Premier and the support of the Exco, and further send my gratitude to the Minister, and also further to send my gratitude to the Portfolio Committee, who continues to guide and support and work with us. We always appreciate the wisdom we get from the Portfolio Committee. And as I conclude, as they say, we see our future based on what we've seen in the past. And as the department, we are proud of our track record of delivery, and we are confident of what lies ahead. Join us as we march to the promised land. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier, the MEC. The MEC, that was the maiden speech for the Premier, for the MEC. Okay, can you, Secretary, the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I table the report of the committee, I want to raise a very serious concern, Deputy Chair of Committees. We've been here for the past 2 days, and we have witnessed that there is a worker unrest that workers are not happy about in the legislature, and no one amongst us have said a word about it. And I want to raise this as a member of the ANC and as a leader of the Communist Party in the province, that we can't fold our hands while workers that are serving us to implement the policies and to serve our people, and we sit back and not say something about it. And we want to call on the presiding officers to engage with the senior management of the legislature, to speedily engage with the leadership of the workers to ensure that this particular issue that workers are crying about is resolved. We don't want to come back in the new year to find out that the matter is still unresolved. So I wanted to register that as a comrade and also as a former leader of workers. Thank you very much. I want to say, Chair, that the areas that I'm not going to read will be taken as read. In the 2021-22 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Education received 52.6 billion, and it has spent 56.2 billion by the end of the financial year, which indicates that 467.4 million, which is 0.8% of the budget, was not spent. What Member Mukwebo was saying, it's an illusion because it's not true, and it's something that he must begin to correct. In terms of the Auditor General's report, the department received an unqualified audit opinion. The department recorded an irregular expenditure of 811.8 million as a result of payments of goods and services for which the procurement process were not followed. The department achieved 28 out of 32 performance indicators, which shows an achievement of 87%. For the 2021-22 financial year, the department has realized the following key achievements, Chair. The class of 2021 produced the highest ever bachelor passes since the introduction of the National Senior Certificate in 2008. The introduction of SIP online broadcast learning as part of the Learning Recovery Program, the adoption and implementation of the multi-year curriculum recovery plan the adoption and implementation of the multi-year curriculum plan as part of the curriculum risk-adjusted strategy for learning losses, the rolling out of the teacher vaccination program, the successful of school governing body election, the successful partnership and the project to support curriculum such as those of Umphakathi development and training in plumbing, Pagama research and development in welding, and the metal and Mbakado and the University of Johannesburg for IT, amongst others. The department has also provided a scholar transport to 169,000 learners in all our 15 districts, and 1.6 million learners were provided with access to national schools nutrition. The department has continued to provide support for primary schools in the form of provision of training to educators, provision of coaches to schools, provision for workbooks and other learner teacher support material. During the year under review, the department faced several challenges, such as increased learner migration, which has put a strain on the optimal utilization of the allocated budget. The committee noted that the department's equitable share was not fully spent, which shows an expenditure of 99.2%. The report shows that the Program 1 and Program 4 contributed to 150.3 million and 153.1 million respectively towards the department's overall 467.4 million under expenditure. Despite the under expenditure of 467.4 million, the department has cooperated with the national and provincial priorities in terms of the number of grade R learners exceeded an 80% matric pass rate and the number of grade 12 learners with an entrance to university. Nevertheless, in terms of the literacy and mathematics in the foundation phase and the senior phase, more needs to be done to improve learners' academic performance. The school infrastructure and school sports in some of the public ordinary schools also remain a challenge which the department needs to look at. On the committee's concerned, Chair, the committee is concerned that the department continues to miss the target of 44% of women who are employed in the top management positions and only achieve 41.41%. On Program 4, in the previous year, the department indicated that a request for plumbing work to the value of 265,000 was being processed towards the creation of the PO and an appointment of a contractor at Kotkolo Special School, sorry. The progress, therefore, was not mentioned in the response to the committee's question. The AG noted that the department is its defendant in several high-value litigations claims which have arisen from lack of adequate controls and unsatisfied service providers within the department. The committee proposed the following recommendations: that the department should devise a strategy to achieve its target of women who are employed in the top management positions in the department. That the department should provide a report on whether the plumbing work has been fully completed in Katkolo, a special school, by the 28th of February 2023. That the department should provide a report on the health and safety standards in all the district offices of the department, and that the department to improve on the consequence management process against contractors responsible for incomplete installed infrastructure projects. That the department should address the lack of adequate control and unsatisfied service providers as mentioned in the Auditor General's report in order to avoid high-value litigation claims, and the report should be submitted by the 28th of February 2023. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Chilwane and his senior management for the presentation of the annual report and the substantial and sustained effort they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the details of the report. The Portfolio Committee Chairperson would like to thank all the honorable members, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Ramley, Honorable Mkwebo, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Dival Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. The Portfolio Committee would also like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Zuziwe Mpanzo Mbalo, Ms. Shalin Gaya, Mr. Pielo Mashilwani, Mr. Thabo Kekana, Ms. Nenweli, Mr. Joseph Makura, Ms. Raksha Singh, Ms. Mavis Ntlapo, Mr. Linzumo Tibi, Mr. Takalane Ndou, Mr. Jeki Litswalo, for their commitment they have shown during the annual report process. In accordance to Rule 117(2)C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee of Education hereby present its oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Education's annual report for the 2021-22 financial year to the House for adoption, taking into account the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2021-2022 financial year. Order number 11, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Mencheka.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This year there's been some minor improvements in the performance of the Gauteng social development. However, still much work needs to be done. In total, the department has underspent by 122.9 million. The first culprit program is underspending at children and families with 88.1 million. Here, the department failed to appoint social workers, a critical resource for this whole department. There are many social worker graduates, yet they sit at home unemployed. By continuously failing to employ social workers, no one benefits from this. Social workers in the system are struggling with heavy caseloads that compromises the quality of services to the beneficiaries, and the social workers outside the system remain unemployed. Under expenditure on goods and services and means that employees in the system are denied enhancers to make their jobs that much easier. The second culprit is research and development, with 34.4 million underspent, failing to procure dignity packs and school uniforms. The department claimed that they could not spend due to a court judgment. This makes no sense because when SASSA came to present to the portfolio committee, they were able to procure uniforms from corporators. This court judgment should affect government departments equally, national or provincial. They are bound by the same National Treasury regulations and legislation. How did SASSA get it right and the Gauteng DSD not get it right? With such a high underspend of 122.9 million rand, the department is now wanting to constrain the oversight by taking away some APPs. The portfolio committee will only be able to access this information only through questions. What is the department trying to hide? The department claims that there are way too many measurables in the system. The point, though, is that maybe they are still very relevant, especially with the increasing needs as unemployment increases in our province. 84 million was spent on a homeless strategy that to date has not been presented to the portfolio committee. No clarity is provided on how this money was spent. There are other financial concerns about the department. The first one, the department settled out of court with GP2 Power Foods for an amount of 48.7 million rand, yet there was no contract in place with the said supplier. This supplier benefited, yet this could have been taken to court and fought. So beneficiaries once again suffer. There was fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 1.3 million, and part of this is from overpayment to corporators. Every year, the Auditor General has warned the department for having poor financial controls, but you see nothing being done to improve on this. 3, the liabilities on the department are at 53.5 million rand. Once again, monies that could have been spent on the vulnerable in this province. The claims against the department sit at 51.8 million. There has been no proper monitoring in this department. All money that could have gone to uplifting the vulnerable in our province. When National Public Works gave the department 6 buildings to convert into shelters, they didn't, and yet the Western Cape did, helping victims of GBV and people who are homeless, And then one wonders, how did the DA-run government get it right and the ANC of Gauteng get it wrong and continue to allow sufferers of GBV to stay in victimhood? It's high time that the department pushed for programs that transition cooperatives into businesses so they can stop being dependent on this government. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Mayor Bedenost. Bedenost.
I'm opening my mic that doesn't want to open. Why is this thing not opening?
No, we can hear you. Continue. We can hear you. Continue, Honorable Bedenost. While you are busy with your gadgets, can we move to Honorable Engelbrecht?
Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng Department of Social Development has once again seen a stagnation.
We'll come back to you. Just work on your gadgets. We'll come back to you. Now is Honorable Engelbrecht.
The Gauteng Department of Social Development has once again seen a stagnation in the audit outcomes as it obtained an unqualified audit with findings for a fourth year in a row. There was underspending on social welfare services relating specifically to services to older persons. A total of 231 NPOs rendering community-based care and support services were funded. Many, however, on a condonation basis, due to the problems experienced in issuing of health certificates from local municipalities due to changing of the bylaws. This is an issue that needs urgent attention, as we cannot afford to lose funded residential facilities due to no fault of their own. 31 residential facilities for the disabled were funded, but unfortunately, the department does not have a detailed database of the types of funded disabilities, and we need a needs-based disability model, as each disability has a different funding need. With a massive need to assist children and families, the underspending of 180.1 million brings shame to the department. A total of 3,300 children were placed in foster care, but there are still over 1,100 children waiting to be placed. A sure sign that foster care placement is not receiving the attention that it deserves. The MPO sector has been left in the lurch by the department, especially with the latest realignment strategy, a model that intends to reduce reliance on the NPOs and create state capacity. Yet, NPOs provide the most critical services at reduced cost and working hours of 24/7 that the department can never provide. Now suddenly NPOs that have the skill and the resources to fight against the social determinants that cause so many of our social ills have to fight this battle alone, and the department has turned their back on them. Government has never been capable of managing any organisation, and yet now the department wants to take over what NPOs have been doing successfully for so many years. We need to ask why and who will benefit. The need of our vulnerable communities is so huge. It is a sacrilege that we send money back to Treasury. We cannot and should never compromise our support for the vulnerable and the many NPOs that assist them. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Bedenost, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, continue.
The Department of Social Development does not have a concrete plan on how it will address the challenges presented by the restrictive environment and barriers that continue to marginalize and exclude persons with disabilities from mainstream society and from participating in social and economic activities. This is evident in how the department has blatantly ignored the residents in Mfuleni, for Ward 24, majority of whom are languishing in poverty with no social assistance or intervention for majority of the population that is comprised of people living with disabilities. The department has dismally failed to adequately streamline monitoring mechanisms that will ensure closer tracking of its implementations and mainstream interventions with 5 corridors of the province. To date, this department has successfully ignored the dire from public workshops to gather public comments and contributions on the draft policy on social development services to persons with disabilities. It remains a mystery, and it is disappointing that this department believes it can draft a policy that should guide its department on the provisions of services to persons with disabilities and their respective families without their consultation and continued involvement. Honourable Speaker, the narrow-minded thinking of this department would rather have them rely on the Cape Metropolitan Council's research that established their own in relation to displaced homeless people in the province. It remains a known fact that the Cape Metro Council is highly racist in nature, which is evident in how they treat and relate to the displaced homeless people scattered around the Northern Cape with no adequate access to social development services. In Gauteng, the department has failed to address the needs of displaced homeless people, who are among the most vulnerable people of society and lives with a problem of illiteracy, substance abuse, hunger, malnutrition, and inadequate shelter. On a daily basis, members of this department and committee in the legislature go about their daily lives with no care for the fact that displaced homeless people are also prone to sexual and criminal abuse and have physical and mental problems. As residents in Gauteng prepare for the festive season, when most of us, most if not all municipalities will be ghost towns except having the displaced homeless people, this department still has no tangible plan on how it will provide care and protection services to displaced people across the province through the utilization of shelters as vehicles to reach out. The report does not adequately detail how this department used the allocated funds for displaced people to address this critical issue, and neither does it provide details of a proposed well-functioning integrated system that can respond at any given time or need-based responsive program to aid in the management of the homelessness issue in the province. MEC, this annual report does not provide a satisfactory account on the sustainability of the department's partnership model with the NPO. We are aware of the institutional
Honourable
realignment
Bedenost, unfortunately, your time up.
However, we are still unclear about how this project
Your
will
time
change
up,
the
Honourable
challenges
Bedenost.
that arise from the delays of service delivery to
Thank you.
communities. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's get Honourable Miller.
Good afternoon. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the continued late paying of NGOs has a detrimental ripple effect on our communities. Not only do the staff and their families have to deal with the unpredictable and unfair delay in receiving their salaries, the NGOs themselves cannot deliver on their mandate. How do you continue to feed, change and care for babies when the Gauteng Department of Social Development has not paid you on time? How do you care for the elderly when your supplies have run out and you cannot replenish because the department has not paid you on time? How are our disabled community members cared for when NGOs cannot pay service providers because they are waiting for the department to pay them? Our NGOs already work under very difficult circumstances with an ever-growing demand on their staff and services. It is unjust to add to that burden by not paying them on time and then expecting them to deliver on their mandate. Paying NGOs on time must become a priority for this department. Otherwise, the most vulnerable in our society are left to pay the price. Thank you.
We go to Memakakula, but it will be Memkheti.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, who is virtual, to the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members, and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the occasion of considering of the annual report of the Department of Social Development. Today, we debate the annual report of the Department of Social Development just a day after the World AIDS Day, a day to support people living with HIV and remember those who have died from the AIDS-related diseases. The human immunodeficiency virus remains a challenge for many countries, and South Africa in particular. Statistics SA in 2022 mid-year population estimates report indicates that the country's population is estimated to be just over 60 million, and about 8.5 million people in the country are HIV positive. The positive development that in 2022, the estimated number of deaths from AIDS in South Africa declined to 85,796, which is lower compared to the previous year when the AIDS-related deaths in the country reached nearly 88,000. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm raising this because the Department of Social Development plays a significant role in alleviation of the impact of HIV on families and communities. In the year under review, the department spent 100% of their budget on allocated to HIV and AIDS. In simple terms, this means that the lives of people living with HIV and AIDS, those who are affected, were impacted positively. My role here is not to regurgitate the annual report, and it is certainly not to mimic the report of the Portfolio Committee. Therefore, allow me to focus on what this means to most of the people of Gauteng, particularly those serviced by the Department of Social Development. It is a known fact that Gauteng has the highest population in the country. It is also a known fact that people who move to Gauteng from other provinces and neighboring countries come to seek a better life in Gauteng. While we appreciate that we are a province of choice for many, this comes at a cost of as a cost to government, and the Department of Social Development carries some of that burden. The year under review was negatively impacted by COVID-19 virus, which affected many programs. While we acknowledge the weaknesses as indicated in the report, including the provision of dignity packs and school uniform, which was affected due to unavailability of stock, we should equally applaud the department for the steps they have taken to mitigate the challenges they are facing. The Dignity Pack project is an important aspect of social development as it was launched by the ANC-led government in 2011 with the aim to restore the dignity of schoolgirls who have poor school attendance and low self-esteem because of lack of financial resources essential for affordable basic toiletries and sanitary towels. We are pleased that the department has put systems in place to address the challenges faced by this program. Payment of service providers within 30 days ensures that business operated by targeted groups are sustainable. We applaud the department for their effort to pay services within 15 and 30 days. This goes a long way to ensure that the ANC-led government commitment to spend a certain percentage of budget is spent on targeted groups. One of the most important aspects of oversight is to ensure that we assist the department to improve their performance. As such, we should be able to be solution-driven. For what is the point of oversight if it doesn't provide solutions? We further need to understand that in their performance, at times departments are guided by legal processes. For example, we had an issue around foster care placement which requires court processes. Deputy Chair of Chairs, substance abuse remains one of the social ills that threaten to destroy our society, particularly the youth, and overshadow the ANC-led government plans for the future of this country. Its impact has serious impact of our society, including increase in crime, abandoned children, vandalism of infrastructure, and so on and so on. Our society is further marred by violence and gender-based violence. We note with appreciation the continuous effort of the Department of Social Development to provide interventions aimed at prevention and helping those who have found themselves victims of substance abuse. Its role in creating awareness on gender-based violence, providing shelter to the vulnerable and victims of violence and crime, is in line with the ideals of the Growing Gauteng Together, abbreviated as GGT 2030, which identifies safety, social cohesion, and social food security as one of its priorities. We are pleased with the department's intervention and that it spent its budget on what is indeed the need of our society. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Department of Social Development recorded a performance of 73% in the year under review, a way better performance as compared to 59% in 2020-2021. The ANC believes that this department is capable of more, as is demonstrated in its 2017-2018 financial year performance, where it achieved 81%. Honorable members, let me draw your attention to the elephant in the room: intentional failure to attend to issues raised by the Auditor General on part of the senior managers. One of the biggest enemies of the development is corrupt activities, which we as a committee would really feel that the MEC needs to really prioritize this and put systems in place to make sure that she deals with corruption at all costs. In our oversight, we have noticed certain trends in some departments that seek to undermine the work of the ANC-led government. Some have even learned how to bend the system to their benefits. An example is the procurement of above 500,000 or more, which requires by law to go out on tender, but in most cases, that does not happen. The continuous intentional bypassing of laws is impacting negatively on people who need government services the most, and it also cripples service delivery. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, as the ANC, we pledge our support to the MEC of Social Development to ensure that the Department of Social Development reaches its full potential. We also ask our counterparts to support us in playing our role to conduct oversight without, or let us do it without hindrances when officials are held accountable. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the MEC, Mehlope, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In contributing to our priority one, which is economy, jobs, and infrastructure, the department has intensified its skills development program aimed at empowering youth and women through programs such as our Welfare to Work, our TEPO 1 million, our income-generating entrepreneurship and expanded public works program. The department further combined the preferential procurement spend, particularly focusing on townships and in the main beneficiaries, including historically disadvantaged individuals, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In this regard, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department has has paid 90.8% of its service providers within 30 days and awarded 19 contracts to SMME companies, created 7,268 expanded public works program work opportunities, and ensured that 5,343 care workers on child support grants were linked to economic opportunities, and 21,380 women participated in empowerment programs. A total of 25,470 youth participated in entrepreneurship programs, and 73,591 youth participated in skills development programs. In contributing towards our priority 4, which is safety, social cohesion, and food security, the department expanded its food security programs in the poorest wards by providing nutritional food parcels through our home and community-based care organizations, the food relief from the 5 food banks. Due to the COVID pandemic, many citizens lost their basic income, therefore increasing vulnerability in many households in the province. The department swiftly responded to these needs by providing food relief and most of the vulnerable. Hence, as a result, over 1 million individuals have benefited from these initiatives. The provision of dignity packs and school uniforms certainly remains an area of concern, and the department has faced a few challenges in finalizing its tenders. However, work continues on this regard, and supply chain management processes are being dealt with to unlock on the challenges that affect the 2 programs. During the year under the review, the department funded approximately 2,856 non-profit organizations for a range of services that formalizes our partnership. Integral to this partnership is the commitment by the NPOs to be adequately and appropriately capacitated to manage and deliver quality services and to fully account for the funding they receive. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Nzege and Engelbrecht have just contradicted each other. Nzege correctly indicates that NPOs have a dangerous dependency on the department and should begin to be self-sufficient by seeking funds outside of the state too. Whilst Member Engelbrecht believes that this dangerous dependency must be maintained, which we must indicate here that we certainly cannot continue to give NPOs the type of funding and the amount that we've been giving, which continues to be higher than what other provinces are giving. It creates a dangerous dependency, does not allow these NPOs to be self-sufficient, but 2, it denies the state its ability to capacitate itself. And so we agree with Member Nzege in this regard, that these NPOs must begin to seek funding outside of the state and not just be dependent on it, because they are independent bodies and must be able to be self-sufficient. The department has linked 561 cooperatives to economic opportunities, and these include the sewing of school uniforms, the packaging of dignity packs, laundry services, and cleaning and gardening services. As part of the work done for individuals who are differently abled, 1,697 persons with disabilities accessed our residential facilities. 325 purchase orders were issued to companies belonging to persons with disabilities. 3,954 persons with disabilities accessed our services of protective workshops, and over 4 million beneficiaries were reached through disability prevention programs. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the key contributor to the scourge of violence is the increase in substance and alcohol abuse within our society. Restorative services play a critical role in the fight against social ills. The department intensified its awareness campaigns as well as in and outpatient substance abuse treatment centers. During the year under the review, over 5 million beneficiaries through its substance abuse and prevention programs benefited through our Kimoja program. 49,000 service users accessed our substance abuse treatment centers, including community-based services. As members are aware, Premier has called upon the department to massify on this area of work as we are able to reduce our crime rates working together with the Department of Community Safety. Accordingly, our strategy speaks to prevention, rehabilitation, and law enforcement, appreciating that the exorbitant costs attached to rehabilitation. In this regard, we need to reduce on them by making sure that we equally intensify on preventative campaigns and law enforcement, to which Premier has spoken at length on the additional resources that are going to be pumped towards community safety so that we're able to close the taps on the distribution of drugs as to simply take people to rehab and place them back in the same communities is to work backwards. In this regard, we thank the Department of Community Safety for holding our hand and working together with us and ensuring that we close the taps on drugs and their distribution so that those that get rehabilitated are able to do so in safer communities. The department is contributing to the integrated efforts geared at breaking the cycle of poverty and inequality through creating necessary conditions for sustainable livelihoods and the eradication of food insecurity. During the year under review, a total of 74,753 beneficiaries got access to food through our banks and our DSD center-based feeding programs. This is yet another area of heightened focus. Hence, the Department of Social Development and Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment have been combined to ensure that individuals are able to be self-sufficient by producing their own food, which in turn will help us to green and clean our communities whilst growing agriculture and agro-processing in the province. We look forward to working together with all the colleagues that have spoken and certainly our portfolio committee, and thank them for the warm welcome that we have received thus far. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, MEC. The Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Memokhethi, present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to present on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development their oversight report to the House on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for 2021-2022 financial year. Honorable Chair of Chairs, may I request that the parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. On the executive summary, in contributing towards priority 1, which is economic, jobs and infrastructure, the department intensified its skills development program that is aimed at empowering our youth and young women. The program includes the Welfare to Work, SEPO 1 million, income generating entrepreneurship and expanded public works program. The committee acknowledged that the department contributed to the preferential procurement spend focusing on townships and the main beneficiaries including historically disadvantaged individuals, women, youth and persons with disabilities. In contributing towards Program 4, Safety, Social Cohesion and Food Security, the committee acknowledged that the department expanded its food security programs in the poorest wards by providing nutritional food parcels through home-based and through home and community-based care organizations and food relief from their 5 food banks, as the MEC has already said. Due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, many citizens lost their basic income, thereby increasing the vulnerability of many households in the province. The committee acknowledged with appreciation that during the period under review, the department responded to needs by providing food relief to those most vulnerable, and it managed to reach 1,314,649 people. The committee is concerned that the department is still struggling to provide dignity packs and school uniforms to the beneficiaries, of whom the majority are women and children. The committee acknowledged with appreciation that during the year under review, the department funded approximately 2,856 non-profit organizations, and these organizations are offering a range of services to our communities on behalf of the department. On the oversight of the department financial performance, Honorable Chair of Chairs, during the 2021-2022 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of 6,148,557,000. During the period under review, the department managed to spend 6,525,566,000 across all programs, representing 98% of the allocated budget by the end of the year under review. In terms of the expenditure program, the committee acknowledged that on Program 1, which is administration, the department managed to spend 100%. On social welfare services, the department spent 100%. On children and families, it spent 97%. On restorative services, it spent 100%. And on development and research, it spent 96%. On township economy, the department reported to have spent 38%. The committee acknowledged that on procurement targets related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the department recorded 89.26% against the 80% planned target. On committee findings and concerns with respect to the awarding of contracts, the committee is concerned that the department did not ensure that a competitive bidding process was followed. These are linked to maintenance and upgrading of all regional offices, institutions, service points, and departments' head office. With respect to irregular expenditure, the committee is concerned that the department has incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 48,796,000, which was due to non-compliance in the awarding of a tender made in 2018-2019 financial year without following the procurement processes as prescribed by the PFMA and applicable Treasury regulations. On the proposed recommendations, the committee therefore recommends that the following recommendations should be responded to by 31st of January 2023. The department should provide a list of all contracts that were awarded in the financial year under review that were below 500,000. The list should give the nature and the region where these contracts were to be implemented. The second one, the department should provide a detailed background on GP2 Power Foods, the nature of contract or contracts that were awarded, the worth of the contract or contracts, the reason for this litigation, and the processes leading to out of settlement, and how it was regarded as an irregular expenditure by the Auditor General. On acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Mbali Hlophe, the HOD and officials of the department during consideration of the report. I would also like to express my appreciation to the members of the committee as indicated in the report. I commend them for their diligence during deliberations of the annual report. The committee would also like to thank officials that support the committee, as stated in the report, Honorable Chair of Chairs, for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the annual performance report on the Department of Social Development for 2021-2022 financial year in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokgethi. Any seconder to the adoption of the report? I rise to second the report, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, Member Mzeke. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. Please open the debate.
Thank you, Chair of Chair. As we debate this annual report, I'm afraid there's nothing to write home about, as it paints a bleak picture for the residents of Gauteng. I shudder to think how devastating the picture painted by this annual report must have been to the Gauteng sports, arts, culture community through missed opportunities that could have changed their lives for the better, and the nurturing of grassroots development of sports that would have left a legacy in our community. The extreme under expenditure characterizes this annual report under review. Targets were not met, some were reduced, there was fruitless and wasteful expenditure, a high vacancy rate hindering the department from delivering its core mandate. Worst of all, money has been thrown at events that do not add value to the development of sports, arts, culture, neglecting service delivery projects like combi courts, and ensuring that our libraries are well functioning to empower our communities. Amongst all of this, our monuments and heritage sites are crumbling and in a shambolic state. Equally, the AG's findings on the financial year under review were scorching against the department. The audit outcomes were attributed to the instability of key positions within finance and supply chain management unit. There has been slow implementation of adequate internal controls and ineffective implementation measures taken to ensure compliance with existing policy and procedures. The AG also indicated that the recurrence of audit material findings on compliance and audit predetermined objective is largely due to inadequate monitoring and reviews performed throughout the year. Furthermore, the department failed to spend 295,595,000, which constitute 28.8% of the department's overall budget, yet many challenges still face our communities. These include dysfunctional libraries with decaying infrastructure, old and outdated books, and lack of sporting facilities, particularly in our townships. Failure to spend the budget of the department in the aftermath of the global pandemic, which negatively impacted on the sports, arts, and culture community, amounts to this government spitting in the face of our people. It is deeply concerning and worth noting that this under-expenditure by the department will for years grossly impact its mandate. I believe it is crucial for MEC Msupe to prioritize the department's mandate to ensure that there is an increased participation and transformation of sports, arts, culture, and recreation sectors. The department must yield optimum social and economic benefits for all in the province and promote nation building and social cohesion for the benefit of our communities. This department lacks a clear direction, needs to go back to the drawing board to infuse innovation, sustainability, and precise workable interventions that will assist the department in spending its budget and achieving its APPs. The people of Gauteng deserve better. They deserve a caring government that caters to their needs by spending the allocated budget and successfully achieving targets. And lastly, Honorable Msupe, we will be making an appointment with your office to talk about the red flags that we have identified as the DA and also offer solutions to challenges that are facing the department and also facing our people in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. We'll now move to Honorable Mnisi.
Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, the Department of SREC has perpetually failed to tangibly demonstrate how it has used or even incorporated sports and recreation, the creative industries, heritage, library, and archival services in a strategic manner that ultimately positions them as viable drivers for economic growth. It cannot continue to use the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting lockdown restrictions that have long been lifted as an excuse to continue failing in its own objectives and integral role in promoting social cohesion and nation building in the Gauteng province. This is evidenced in how it continually fails to effectively utilize some of its implementing agents in the forms of local municipalities to address the critical needs of the disadvantaged in those areas. The Department of SREC has long since the period between 2003-2006 prioritized providing facilities equitably in Gauteng with a deliberate bias towards rural areas and townships where these facilities are needed most. This is seen in how the department focuses more on drawing people to the urban city center and suburban areas without concentrate on taking services and opportunities to the people, and thus developing communities as part of rehabilitation and community re-engineering, which is desperately needed in township and squatter camps across Gauteng, with the aim to uplift poor communities, provide jobs and opportunities while correcting historical imbalances and inequalities. MEC, municipalities as some of the implementing agents are perpetually lacking in capacity, which in turn impacts on the department's ability to deliver. The growing demand for infrastructure facilities and the need to redress imbalances requires that resources be allocated efficiently and cost effectively to respond to various critical needs. This also means that instead of forcing SREC into a peripheral fourth industrial revolution age, the department first needs to deliver services and drive economic growth by fully and comprehensively using the means provided and open in the current industrial revolutionary age. Chair of Chairs, this should not mean that the SREC department shouldn't engage and facilitate spaces for the interaction with the fourth industrial revolution and some of the benefits therein. But what it does mean is that the department must first address the key challenges that arise from the constant growth of communities, which in turn increases the backlog and pressure of financial resources that are already being squandered and looted. Furthermore, the department has no means or strategy in place to address the pressures of maintaining its facilities or even engineering them to become self-sustainable. MEC, the report currently being discussed here does not provide in-depth details on how the department will ensure, for example, that the present fragmentation and duplication in the delivery of support services is overcome, or even how people with disabilities will be included in the mainstream activities as equal participants and not quota trophies to appear inclusive. We remain aware that there are a number of sports academies operating in the province, but they do not independently and use differing models, none of which are committed to the transformation of sports. This is partly why inequalities in terms of access to and distribution of sports and recreation resources in the province still pose a big challenge for this department. As expected, this impacts negatively on and impedes the development of athletes, mainly those from historically disadvantaged communities and people with disabilities. It is clear in this report that the department has not conducted community needs analysis in order to evaluate the extent to which existing LIS services and resources comply with community needs in the midst of alleged transformation of libraries and information services. An example of how out of touch this department is and why community needs analysis are critical can be seen in how Gauteng residents continue to struggle to make ends meet. The unemployment rate is constantly high, increasing. Yet heritage sites such as Women's Living Heritage Monument in Tshwane, which has the potential of attracting tourists and creating employment opportunities, is still incomplete, and 24 million worth of statues are gathering dust and are being stored in the kitchen. Even the commemorative events that this department tries hosting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Pitch.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Department of Sports, Art, Culture and Recreation in their annual report reminds me of an underperforming football club, rife with incompetencies, mismanagement, and arrogance. Yeah, any team you can think of. But for this, let's call them ANC disunited. So the department's consistently high vacancy rate is like a football team that has no strikers and have no goalkeepers. While the coach does nothing, the coach is missing. A team like this can only have one future: relegation. This department's team is a very expensive team, but it cannot score goals and only concedes own goals. As the annual performance plan, the department could not score 41% of the very goals that it planned. Thus, it has no strikers. This department has underspent more than 295 million rand of its much-needed service delivery budget, thus impacting communities in need. That is an own goal. The home stadiums, which include libraries, museums, monuments, sports practice facilities, etc., are dilapidated, they're vandalized, and they are leading to limited skills development and contributing to a huge backlog in our desperately needing communities. The expenditure of the department on its partners, like NGOs and the municipal service deliveries, has decreased, while its undercapacitated wage bill has skyrocketed, another own goal. The Auditor General's report is damning, with the same recommendations every year for 5 years. Poor reporting, poor management, poor performance monitoring, and the situation is just getting worse. The report highlighted a large amount of irregular expenditure of over 6 million rand, with another 53 million rand which is still under investigation, even though 1/3 of the budget was not spent, another own goal. But where is the coach? Or rather the leadership of the department, specifically the MEC, which has a lot to answer for. But the previous MEC was gallivanting around the globe at music festivals, while her people were not receiving quality services, and the opportunities for talented people were limited. But the previous MEC was replaced halfway through the season, so they faced no accountability for their failed performance in this team. But was that not always the plan? You know, new MEC, new Premier, same WhatsApp group, and the same failures. But, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, in 2024, the ANC Disunited Football Club will be relegated from the Gauteng League, and a new club, the DA Club, will provide the residents with a better replacement, deserving of the responsibility to lead this province to a Premier League performance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Club, not new club, the oldest club that is played for so long.
MEC, please respond to the debate. Oh, no, Modise, sorry.
Honorable Speaker, I know you are logged online. Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Chair of Chairs, please hear me clear here. 72 honorable members of this House, of the 73, people of Gauteng. Chair of Committees, it must be noted that I'm in pain as I stand here to debate this annual report, whilst the workers of the legislature are out there picketing and raising their dissatisfaction about the treatment they receive from the management of this institution. It is this, Chair, that I propose that in the review session that is coming of chairpersons, we need a full detailed report as to what is happening here. In 1994, after centuries of struggle against racist minority rule, South Africa made its historical transition to democracy. This was achieved through immense sacrifice by South Africans from all communities working together for freedom and justice. Since 1994, citizens of this beautiful land have been hard at work in consolidating a non-racial, non-sexist, and inclusive democratic society. This has been and continues to be directed towards eradicating the divisions, injustices, and inequalities of the past. The African National Congress respects the fundamental tenets of our Constitution, such as the idea that everyone is equal before the law. We are aware of our oaths or affirmation to support the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic of South Africa, as well as to be loyal to the country. We also recognize the Constitutional Court role as the final arbiter in all legal issues and the doctrine of separation of powers. However, Chair of Committees, we are extremely disappointed by the Constitutional Court's decision to overturn the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services' decision to grant Chris Hanni's murderer a parole. We are aggrieved by the news that the killer of our hero of our struggle is about to go free. We are hurt because the right-wing groups in our nation still cause suffering and disgrace to the majority of South Africans who are black with impunity and without shame. You will remember the case of a man who was put in a coffin while still alive. Chair of Committees, it is not comfortable at all to relive the terrible memories, to recall the suffering and pain. Our message is clear. We are saying victims and families have rights too. We are asking, do not kill Chris Hani again. In this regard, we strongly condemn the vandalism of Comrade Chris Hani's gravesite, memorial and walk of remembrance in Boksburg. While the ANC was still in charge in Ekurhuleni, this has never happened. Are those leading in Ekurhuleni in coalition or in bed with those who vandalized the memorial of Comrade Chris Hani? We wonder. We urge our communities to safeguard and protect our cultural heritage and institutions for future generations. We must work to ensure that our diverse cultures and heritage reflect all our identities without any distortion. Chair of Committees, in recent times, racism has continued to come to the fore, at times and rear its ugly head. Despite the great efforts by the black majority to embrace reconciliation and forgiveness, rather than retribution for the untold atrocities and injustices suffered under apartheid and colonialism, there are some within the white community whose only response has been to engage in acts of persecution and torment driven by racial lines. Even more disturbing is the increasing trivialization of racism, where accusations of reverse racism are often thrown around without regard to the historical context. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the likes of Belinda Mark, who still believe in white supremacy, that such has no place in this country or anywhere in the world. Chairperson of Committees, Belinda is a 60-year-old white woman who is heard in a viral audio tape that contained a strong racial slur. Our country, led by the African National Congress, will never cower to bigots in these efforts to eradicate racism in its totality. We would also like to extend our appreciation to the South African Police Services for the swiftest arrest of Belinda. The quest of nation building and social cohesion in South Africa is clearly unpacked through an understanding that the South Africa we want will not be a country divided among itself and dominated by a particular racial group. It will be a country of all its inhabitants. It is for this reason that we call for the whole South African nation and its communities to become the last line of defense, the alpha and omega of our Constitution. Chair of Committees, much more still needs to be done to ensure that the human and basic democratic rights provided in the Constitution are strengthened and made effective. This involves continuing to promote arts, culture, and heritage in South Africa. It is against these reasons raised above that we should pass the law that explicitly states that racism is a crime and it's a Schedule 6 offense. Schedule 6, Madam Chair of Committees, carries a capital sentence of and a minimum of 15 years imprisonment. This will surely make sure that people who are racist by their nature think twice before they engage in racist tendencies. Let me take this opportunity to remind the House that department mandate remains broad, encompassing a variety of responsibilities in the arts, culture, and heritage, including museum, languages, renaming geographic features, libraries, and archives, as well as sports and recreation. Nationally, the Department of Arts and Culture and Department of Sports and Recreation share these functionalities and responsibilities. Chair of committees, because of time, we will report on key achievements under this reporting period that we are in. As we ensure that communities become places of engagement where arts and culture can flourish, during the period under review, Chair of committees, the creative industry provided unprecedented opportunities for young people. 1,404 temporary jobs were created through the inclusion of arts and culture program in a mass participation programs. 3,358 jobs opportunities through the heritage program, nationally and during the significant days. The department also supported arts stakeholders through arts and culture holiday program, aid at identifying talent from previously disadvantaged communities, which member Chabalala's community also are beneficiaries of this. The library holiday program enabled children to integrate recreation, arts and culture programs. In partnership with Kitso Information Development Center, NGO, creatives were supported with glass beading, wiring, leatherwork, silk screening, organic soap and candle making skills to improve product quality in local production spaces. Hosted several community conversations to foster social interaction. 1,001 female and LGBTIQNA+ people benefited from the Basetsana script writing and directing from theater, stage and film works at Sidibakwela Velde School. Provided mentorship programs for emerging fashion designers and visual artists. Hosted Puisano live music showcases in Central, South, West, East and North corridors, and member Chabalala was a VIP. Implemented market access initiatives and visual arts exhibition to create opportunities for artists and creatives across the province. During the financial year, the department has put more effort into making sure that our national days are enjoyed by all. We have since seen participation of diverse political formation, community organization, and people of other races in our government-led programs. We know that there's still a lot to be done, but this is work in progress. We have commemorated Freedom Day, Africa Day, Youth Day, Women's Day, Human Rights Day, to name but a few. These days are significant in our country and are commemorated annually to recognize our fallen heroes and to motivate younger generation about the future. The building of cohesive nation also requires us to transform the heritage landscape of South Africa to reflect the new values of the new country. In Gauteng, we are proud that we've managed to build several heritage sites that help with greater diversity and unity. These sites contribute deepening of the values associated with social cohesion. We are happy to know that the department has identified heritage routes in line with Vilakazi Heritage Route. These routes will attract tourists and serve as avenues to grow our township economies, using heritage as a critical instrument to attract tourism and strengthen entrepreneurial activities within our localities. The African National Congress has worked hard to unite South Africans across racial divides in pursuit of non-racial society and continues to engage on social cohesion programs to strengthen national unity. We will not allow the abuse of freedom of expression, nor tolerate those who plow seeds of division. In the words of the iconic Nelson Mandela, open, close quote, as we take stock of accomplishment and shortcomings, we should not, by slightest of chance, lose sight of our once ambitious dream for education, total economic equality, and the struggle for democracy has never been a matter pursued by one race, or one class, one religion, and one community, or a gender among South Africans. The challenge is to foster a nation in which all people, irrespective of race, color, sex, religion, or creed, can assert social cohesion fully. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. May I then call the MEC Musupie, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. Madam Speaker, who is online, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable colleagues in the executive, honorable members of the media, if they are listening, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair of Chairs, maybe let me start by responding to the VIP, Member Chabalala, who was a VIP at the programs that he just criticized. That contradiction is very worrying. But since you have proposed to come and have a meeting with me, you're welcome. But please do not come and complain. I hope you will have a proper plan. You will recall that the former Premier Makura used to tell you, people in opposition, that your role is to table an alternative plan, not to complain. So I hope we'll get to that. Memnisi, ko leboga tota mme go menagane ka one so se irileng ko bolela ka gore jo tse Premier na re bolela ka tsona sa se bitsang TISH o itlhalogantse sentle mo gaetso go bontsha gore o timetse go ka boela ka go gae kwano ka no o itlhalogantse o mutlwile tsebe go utlwa se sentse ke dumelana le wena go senyana fela ke taba ya implementing agents tsa di municipalities. I think here the only thing that you got right was that they don't do their work properly. But you cannot blame province for their not doing their work properly. So, Madam Chair of Chairs, let me highlight that the 2021-22 annual performance plan was guided by National Development Plan, the Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030, and 6 strategic priorities of the medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024, amongst other policies. Important to note is that the 21-22 annual report presents both a non-financial and financial account of our responses to the imperatives of the policies above mentioned. In the financial year under review, the department achieved 60% of its 125 annual targets. The expenditure of the department is at 71.2%. So, honorable members, our department is mandated to ensure the socio-economic development of our communities and to foster social cohesion and nation building to deal with the social issues such as, but not limited to, racism. And thank you very much, Honorable Modise. You actually explained this very eloquently. We can only hope that some people were listening on the other side, the eastern side of the house here. It also speaks to xenophobia, gender-based violence, gangsterism, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and other social ills in our province through sports, cultural and creative industries. I'm afraid, Honorable Peach, you tried very much to be creative with your reference to sports and sports clubs, but you failed dismally. There's a course we are offering. You're welcome. You can come and attend it. I was part of those young people 2-3 days ago. Please come and join them. We will teach you. The 2021-22 financial year took place under relaxed COVID-19 restrictions, allowing the department to better demonstrate its work and performance in service delivery. In pursuit of good governance in the year under review, the department did not incur any unauthorized expenditure while reducing fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We are proud to report that to this legislature that we have turned the tide and improved the turnaround time of paying valid invoices within 15 days of invoicing. Valid, that's the operative word there. Furthermore, 38% of goods and services were procured from township businesses, while we continued to maintain 55% women representation at SMS level, demonstrating our commitment to the transformation agenda. The 6th administration mandated the department to develop cultural and creative industries, reposition national commemorative days, train 201 emerging filmmakers, transform public libraries into information, knowledge, and cultural hubs, reintroduce school sports Wednesday leagues, promote social cohesion through premier social cohesion games, implement wellness programs to promote active and healthy lifestyles, provided girl learners with sports bras, amongst other achievements. For the realization of these mandates, we have instituted sports, heritage and library activities, and arts and cultural holiday programs. Madam Chair of Chairs, we implemented dance, music, and drama programs in the corridors and provided training programs in which over 1,000 temporary jobs were created. So I leave this. Honorable Dise spoke to it eloquently. Honorable members, as part of our efforts to raise national consciousness, we commemorated national and significant days: Freedom Day, African Day, Youth Day, Women's Day, Human Rights Day, to name but a few. These days are significant in our country because they ensure the contribution of our fallen heroes and heroines in our country is not forgotten. Furthermore, they inculcate patriotism among young people while motivating them to work harder for a better future. In pursuit of transforming the Gauteng heritage landscape, the department has identified heritage routes to mimic our successful Vilagati Street heritage route. Once again, Honorable Modise, thank you very much for explaining the reasons behind this activity. We can only hope that they are listening and they understand, especially the reason behind why this is done. We dare not forget what happened in our country. We are the first to admit that work around the 3 libraries was unacceptably slow, not non-existent, slow. However, through the school library revamp initiative, non-fee paying schools were supported with study carrel tables to help students to learn effectively and achieve academically. We also made financial transfers to 9 municipalities in Gauteng to increase universal access to the provincial library services. For ease to access to e-books, the department subscribes to OneDrive on behalf of 285 public libraries and the departmental resource centers in the province. Library reading corners in clinics were established to provide information and entertainment to clients while waiting to be assisted. Honorable members, we provided equipment, body balls, dumbbells, skipping ropes, etc., to 10 CASI gyms in all 5 corridors in support of local CASI gyms for access to a wide range of equipment. This forms part of the GGT 2030 target of increasing co-ownership of social amenities and providing social development with communities through social infrastructure. The support and participation of the public and of social and economic partners is crucial to building social cohesion and eradicating poverty and inequality. For this purpose, 22 community conversations or dialogues to foster interaction and mass participation events were held to the benefit of Gauteng communities. We continue to invest and support the business of sports by providing training to ensure the delivery of sports, of school sports programs, delivery of club academy programs and active recreation programs. Through our sports development on coordination, we provided training to equip coaches with the ability to identify, develop athletic talents and to provide high-performance coaching to elite athletes. We implemented the OR Tambo Sonchini Social Cohesion Games and the Water Safety Education Program. We have a huge responsibility to keep Gauteng citizenry active and healthy. To accomplish this, 29 wellness and healthy lifestyle programs were implemented with the Department of Health's Vuma Vacation campaign. Furthermore, we supported the Kyalami 9-hour Intercontinental GT Challenge. Important to note is that this was not only a motor racing, but also a cultural and property lifestyle events, as well as an economic multiplier and window to other majority regions with amazing circuit destinations. In conclusion, Madam Chair of Chairs, we are still committed to sparing neither strength nor effort to discharge our constitutional mandates and serve the people of our province with purpose and distinction. Moreover, we are working harder with a renewed sense of conviction after the Honorable Premier gave the newly appointed executive with marching orders to respond with haste to service delivery needs in our province.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for your input. Can we now move to the next item on the agenda? Secretary, please call the next order.
Consideration of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Modise, on behalf of Honorable Ndlovu.
Honorable Ndlovu Light thanks you, Madam Chair of Committees, and we request that part of the presentation not read be considered as read. And therefore, this report will focus on the following: the executive summary, committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and adoption. On the executive summary, the oversight role of the Portfolio Committee as prescribed in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 14(2)AB, and the Standing Rules, Section 1527 of the Gauteng Legislature, makes it imperative for the committee to provide an analytical assessment on the overall performance of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2020-2021 financial year. The committee noted that the department achieved 59% of their service delivery target, which is a decline compared to 67% targets achieved in the previous financial year. These targets were achieved with a 71.2% expenditure, which does not correlate and is not in compliance with the Treasury regulation that stipulates that the department should have spent 100% of its allocation by the end of financial year, with an acceptance of 5% over expenditure or 5% under expenditure. It is concerning that the department continued to underspend and underperform in the year under review. The department experienced material underspending of the annual appropriation to the value of 295,595,000 and regular expenditure of 6,415,000 was reported by the Auditor General. Furthermore, the above-mentioned irregular expenditure of 615 million due to non-compliance with supply chain management policy and regulation, which led to irregular appointments. This therefore increased the irregular expenditure from 648,426,000 in the previous financial year to 654,841,000 in the year under review. It is concerning that effective steps were not taken to prevent this irregular expenditure that is increasing yearly. Of great concern is that most of irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with the Treasury regulation, as some of the goods and services with a transaction value of 500,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids, and this deviation were approved by the Accounting Office. The department needs to strengthen its governance framework and controls to ensure compliance with all relevant prescripts. It looks like most of the targets that were not achieved were because of the delays in internal planning and procurement processes, which raises a concern about the department's internal processes and capacity. This is due to the high vacancy rate that has left the department destitute and unable to meet its target. Moreover, the department continued to experience delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects. The challenges experienced relates to the upgrade and finalization of community libraries, the operationalization of the monuments and transfer to non-profit organizations. The committee is concerned about the challenges experienced in the operationalization of recently built facilities due to challenges related to interdependencies between the Department of SREC and Department of Infrastructure Development. It is, however, the responsibility of the department to ensure that the delivery as per the service delivery agreement with DID. The Gauteng Film Commission overspent its allocated budget by 814,299, which reflects 100.3% expenditure of the final appropriation, with only 73% of the target achieved. The vacancy rate within Gauteng Film Commission was high, as they were still undergoing reorganization and redesigning, and this impacted on their ability to achieve all their targets. On committee concerns, they are as follows. One, committee is concerned with the following. Most of the targets that were not achieved were due to poor planning and delays in internal procurement processes, which raises a concern about department's internal processes and capacity. This is due to high vacancy rate. The department experienced material underspending of the annual appropriation to the value of 295,595,000, with a regular expenditure of 6,415,000. The department failed to reduce the vacancy rate as planned. The plan was to maintain a 9% vacancy rate, but this rate was at 29.9% at the end of the financial year under review, with 17 senior managers posts filled and 18 remained vacant as the end of the financial year. Two proposed committee recommendations. The committee proposed the following recommendation to the House for adoption. This recommendation should be responded to by April 30, 2023. The department should, 1, implement monitoring controls to ensure that non-compliance with supply chain management principles is addressed, to submit the progress report to the committee. 2, address the high vacancy rate challenge that has impacted on targets deliverables, to provide the committee with a status report. 3, institute disciplinary action against staff that is responsible for underspending and increase irregular expenditure. Also provide the committee with a status report. On acknowledgement, on behalf of Chairperson Ndlovu, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank MEC, the HOD, and the senior officials of the department. Also thank and and appreciate the diligent deliberation of the honorable members of the committee, including the committee staff, for making sure that all these things are possible. And in adoption, in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2021-2022 financial year be adopted by the House, considering committee consents and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Ntate Modise. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report?
Madam Chair of Chair, Member Peach, I second the report.
Thank you very much. And now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the last order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee's oversight report on the report of the annual of the Auditor General of South Africa on the financial statement of the following OCPOL reports: Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Office of the Premier for the year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khanyile, please present the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. I, Sotaile Khanyile, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, table the committee's oversight reports on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the Office of the Premier and of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the end at 31 March 2022, and I request that the parts that I won't read be taken as tabled. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, that in the process of considering these reports, we have been able to get a briefing from the Auditor General, who has always committed to being the enabler of oversight. We also had a briefing from the Forensic Unit of the Office of the Premier. We have had also a briefing from the Gauteng Audit Services led by the MEC, currently MEC Mamabulo. Together also there were briefings from the Public Service Commissioner and Public Protector. We want to indicate, Chair, that these reports were tabling, both of them, they've received what is called a clean audit, which is an unqualified audit opinion on the financial statements of the Office of the Premier. And it's a very important thing, Madam Chair of Committees, because these institutions are supposed to be leading in the various fields. We as the legislature on oversight, we must lead by example, and also the Office of the Premier, as it leads the ANC-led government, must also lead by example. Let me conclude by indicating that we want to move that this report be tabled. Let me first thank the members of the committee for the diligent deliberations during this process. I also like to express my appreciation to the Gauteng Business Unit of the AG and also the staff of the committee. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the Office of the Premier and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the year ended 31 March 2022. In terms of Standing Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khanyile. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report?
Yes, I rise to second the report.
Thank you very much, Ntate Skiman. And now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. That concludes the business of the day. The next sitting of the House is Tuesday the 6th, and that is my son's birthday, December 2022 at 10 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you.